Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism Towards Nationhood, building a global Black business pipeline. Greetings, family. You're here with Bomani Tyehimba and Kala Genesis, and we're the kings of Pan-Africanism and nationhood, and we're here to give it to you live and direct, and we're here to keep you connected to a Pan-African culture and represent what this movement is really about, us working towards nationhood. And tonight we have another incredible topic for you. Last time College Genesis was breaking down Afrikstan. Now we're here to connect you with the historical Afrikstan. So Liberia is the first Afrikstan. In 1847, our ancestors from America or the Americas built Africa's first republic. Afrikstan analysis with Bomani Tyehimba and College Genesis family. So you know how we do, family. We're all about that work. And this is the late night shift as we're up late, literally connecting you and giving you the best advice on how to make the move to connect, live, do business in Africa so we can do it on an organized level to where we have the most impact, to where we can represent our ancestors properly. So my brother Kala is going to get into it as far as the 1822 settlement of Liberia and how they formed that energy to leave here from the Americas and build our first Africa's republic and build an incredible nation to where our ancestors 200 years ago was thinking about Bomani time and Kala Genesis. It was like we got to put something in place so our generations can build on top of it. The same thing I feel about Marcus Garvey 100 years ago. So family, what I want to do, I want to give you a practical connection on our vision. And sometimes people don't understand what we're talking about as far as the Afrikstan, but we're going to give it to you in increments, and then Kala's going to break it down. So Kala, let me mute you on this one. And family, what we have right here is just one of our brochures. And you can get all the full information on our Black Star Pan-African community from our website, africafortheafricans.org. And that's what we do, family. We specialize in Africa tours and investments. So we're taking you this year, next year to countries like Liberia, Egypt, Rwanda, Senegal, Gambia, Tanzania, South Africa, and Ghana. And that's a 8-country rotation schedule that we have throughout the next 2 years. And that's how we're doing it, family. Putting together the most incredible Africa tours and investment projects to connect you to the continent so you can focus properly on how we can work together collectively. We're talking about straight Black corporative economics. So these are just a few of our group pictures and a few energy of us in the town of Jahadzi. They're at our community office / home, and also pictures directly at the Chief's Palace in the town, and also just on the land, taking pictures in front of some of the houses. So this is a project that we kicked off strong in September 2019 and build our energy to where our goal was to just literally clear 15 acres of land and build us a nice, incredible community with a business and a technology center, a cultural center, or I should say a cultural community center, then a security office and entrance, and then the rest of the community is this residential home. Basically, this a nice version of an American type subdivision, but it's all based on community and technology and business. So we're just not there just living in a community together. Where we have our community work and our business office there to literally do the things we need to do to enterprise at the highest level so we can manage all of our Africa tours, investments, technical and business services all right there in the town of Jahadzi. So that's our future. When people ask me if I'm going to move to the African continent, yes, that is always a yes. But at the same time too, we're going to put the right elements of things in place so we can just make our move from our Georgia office to our Jahadzi office and just make it work and just build from there. But this is this is not for amateurs. This is not amateur hour. You have to literally put the work in and lay these things out so you can have a great success. You don't want to be in a situation where you just make this move and then everything collapse. So that's what we're doing as time go along and as we visit more countries and travel to different places of the world. We're using some of that energy to connect what we're doing here. So as we build this energy strong here in Ghana, our goal is to connect it to other countries like Liberia and other countries that we have as we build another form of investment base, so we can just literally just enterprise together. We have a whole lot of untapped operations to do, from import export to work in the ocean. West coast of Africa as an incredible this you can have ships going back and forth, whether you're trading or whether you're doing tourism, leisure, or just sailing. But those are just a few things that could be done. And this whole town represent a town where more of us from the African diaspora can come in, and it's a town where you can just build from the ground up. And we work together with our brothers and sisters there in the town, and we build something special for our children there in the town and our people in general, and then be able to just use that as a base of operation to where we can look out for our people that's making these moves in Africa, and also offer opportunities for those in the diaspora who want to come live, do business. Maybe we need some high-tech educated people in incredible technology fields to do certain things. And so the vision is open. And then as we expand to the 60 acres, which is just more options for us to build all the commercial and industrial energy there as we need it, and have flexibility for apartments for those who don't want to build homes, and then more residential land to build homes for individuals. So nice, solid project and energy we have going on. And I'm always telling family, if we can focus more to work together, and each of us bringing different aspects of these things, we can build an incredible global Black business pipeline across different countries in Africa, Caribbean islands, America, and then everywhere our people are in the world. So we should just never limit ourselves, family. We should never just think about where we are domestically. We live in an international world. Like I'm always talking about nations like Lebanon. Half of the country is not even livable. It's been bombed for the last 20 years. And Lebanese are some of the most successful people in West Africa. You go figure that one out, because one thing don't have nothing to do with other. What they're looking to do is expand their focus, and they see that Africa is a great place to do business and invest in. So us as people from here in the Americas, that's our goal. Our goal is to put the energy together and compete. No one's gonna feel sorry for us if everybody else outdo us. So here's some draft 15 and 60 acres, and the 60 acres nice big property that we split in half between residential and commercial, and then we have a nice site map, just like the one for the 15 acres, but it's in a rough draft. So our goal is to modernize it and digitalize it and put all the elements of what we're looking to do. But we're just getting a few ideas from some of our members, and then we'll be able to just put together a nice draft. Some of these homes that show construction, they're all built, but we like to show you things from the ground up. So a lot of the videos and pictures that we have on YouTube on our Black Star Pan African community, it's conference calls, but it's also live shots on the ground, from bulldozing to laying out the land to houses going up to interviews. This a list of documentation, and these are the kind of things that we share with you. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to connect you to our website, africafortheafricans.org. As a matter of fact, let me take you to our YouTube page. So while you're on this YouTube page, family, once you go to the homepage, you scroll down, and then what you'll see is Black Star Repatriation and Pan-African Community in Ghana, Development in Progress. So there you go. It's 149 videos, and this is from September 2019 all the way to now. And the last several times that we took groups to the land, all the videos, pictures, or I should say more so those pictures, all are linked in here. And then on our Facebook page for our Black Star Pan-African community, that we have all of the galleries for all of our tours, including land clearing galleries, just showing you everything from the ground up. So some of these videos, and it's a lot of them, so I'll just scroll down real quick and then scroll back up. So some of them just give you this visual of different plots, as we did in the last tour. Then just recording of one or two of the homes and construction going up, raw plots that people are looking at and looking to build and develop. Videos of us at the beach, the newly developed business center in Jahadzi, or I should say this business district, so which is just going to be expanded and expanded. Presentations, more presentations, and more footage on the land. And this is last year as we journeyed to Ghana and then visit the land both May 29th and December 29th of last year, and then the same thing the year before. Interviews, documentation, aerial footage. And that's what we do, family, just showing you our track record of organizing this operation. And when you look at our Africa tourism track record, it just goes back to 2006. And then the research before that goes back to 2003, 2004. So we're putting the work in place so we can build a level of professionalism to the highest level, so we can literally just connect you to all this great experience in Africa. And as we grow and we learn, our goal is to save you from this, save you from any of this unnecessary stuff. So definitely recommend, if you're trying to make this move, to come on one of our tours, or you can just literally visit our website and learn about consultations. And either way, we got you. But my number, email, and website is below, so you can just always reach out. And what I want to do is just give you a last vision of our actual website. And it's a site that I've built over the years from 2007 to now, and I've upgraded it and made it, add all kind of different energy into it, so you can just connect to that experience. So this is an incredible experience. If you've never been to Africa, everything is well organized. We have a full tour cruise staff, and I organize all aspects of the tour from here and work with our people on the ground, and then we just deliver. And the best thing I can tell anyone that's traveling with us, we have recorded videos of all of the tours that we have taken from 2006 to now, and some have more videos than others. And the same thing on Facebook. This whole galleries full of photos of this entire experience, and just showing you the visual. So once you scroll down to our website, you have the main menu to your left, and then also you have information on the front page. And that information just give you links to all of our tours and also our land project, Black Star Pan-African Community. So whether you click it from it on the main menu or right here in the middle of the page, all the details is waiting for you to click and read. And once you scroll down some more, these are just updates that we have for you, especially with our Africa Tourist Conference call that we do once a month. And you scroll down some more, it's all of our social pages and all of the Facebook pages. And then all of the tour groups, starting with these last two journeys, and it goes all the way down to 2006. And as you can see, there's a whole lot of us. We're just representing the colors with our Africa for the Africans Tours Investment T-shirts, and just representing our reconnection on the African continent. All right, so family, let's break on this and get back to our main program. And for those who are interested, the details are all right there. And it's this website that focus on that setup and connection, so everybody kind of know what we're talking about before we get into these subjects and information, that we're about our business. We're about just really putting the work in, and it's not just two guys on here just talking on YouTube and talking on live shows just to be talking. We're here to present to you what we're dealing with in Africa, and ultimately connect you to Ghana and Liberia to the highest level. That's where we have our best connection in. And then ultimately, for us to put more energy into making Liberia the Pan-African capital of our Black future and world. So yes, my brother Kala Genesis, are you ready to get into the scheduled program?
I'm ready.
And let me boost up the topic. And again, family, it's us right there, Bomani Tyehimba, at Africa for the Africans Tours and Investment, and Kala Genesis, Black African Infrastructure Organization. So we're brothers who deal with leadership and organization to the highest level. And we're always letting you know that be clear about who you taking information from, because a lot of people can just get on YouTube and talk and run their mouth. But try calling them, try seeing what they can work with you on and connect with you, on, and then you'll start seeing what I'm talking about. So we're not all cut from the same cloth and everything, and unfortunately, not all of us can work together. But the ones of us that are serious about this life, this business, about this movement, I recommend that you reach out to us. And if we know about you, we'll always reach out to you, because me and Kala, that's one thing that we're all about, reaching out to our Pan-African brothers and sisters so we can work together efficient and effectively. So yes, family, pop up the topic again. Family, Liberia is the first Afrikstan. In 1847, our ancestors from America built Africa's first republic. So family, let's get into the Afrikstan analysis. And Brother Collagensis, I also have an image of your book once you start getting into details of that. So I don't know where you want to start from, but if you want to just even...
Well, just let me just freestyle first, and then you can start whatever you think you need to add something in. I'll cut to that, whatever like that, So
absolutely, brother. Perfect. That'll work.
All right. First of all, like I say, thank you for Bomani. Thanks for hosting the show. Thanks for having me on the show. Thanks for people out there that listen to me, bought my book. And thanks for the Liberian people. I just found out a new thing I sent you, right? We're in a top-rated college in a theater in Williamsburg, Virginia, is doing a Liberia play, based on the 200-year, it's called 200-year thing. So they got with Liberians and things. They're on Providence Island, stuff like that. They're doing a play. So the Liberia energy is growing, Yeah. The story of Liberia is growing thanks to the work we've been doing over the years. I'm not going to take all the credit, but I was the one who fought for this, right? And I got people joining the way and saying, okay, I guess it's not bad that we built Liberia. And all of a sudden, okay, even Liberians start coming, yeah, I guess we did have something to be proud of,
Yes, so, you do.
I guess it wasn't, we went over there and Yes, Liberia is a Western country, a Westernized nation, but the Western ideology, Pan-African, comes from Western ideology. It's a modern ideology. The idea of the nation state is a modern ideology, The nation, like Marcus Garvey has said, the highest ideal among a people is a nation state, When you have a republic, a government and everything, and the set and the borders and the rule of law, the borders of that country protects your commerce, it protects the people, it keeps order, it protects you from enemies abroad, and it keeps the peace inside. Inside that space, everything has a thing. Like think of this, the infinity stones. You got space, time, reality, and the soul. All those things, what a nation state encompasses, right? It's a defined space. Inside that space is the laws, okay? It's the culture, it's the customs, the people defined by land, and the land defines the limits and the direction of the people. What's going on in Black America is we're not defined by a land. That's why anybody could define us all they want. They could tell us, well, we got to have an image award every year. White, no, we're not like this, like this. We're not those stereotypes. See, when you have a land, right? Your land speaks for itself. You notice how when people have a land, right, they can't basically disparage a whole country because you could collectively reinvent your image. You could put out the image you want collectively to the world. Japan. When you think of Japan, you think of the Japanese, okay? The history and everything like that is in that land. That culture is in land. Without land, you don't have a culture, okay? You may have a subculture or whatever. A land produces a culture. And I'm going to talk about one thing I'm going to talk about tonight is I'm going to start off by saying our people, the African Americans, Jamaicans, and all these other people in Liberia that went to Liberia, it was like a transformation. They went through a metamorphosis. Let me give you an example. Let me be clear with you. When you see a caterpillar, right? A caterpillar, before it could take its wings and everything, it has to go through a metamorphosis, right? It goes into this horrible state where it basically goes through trials and tribulations, right? And it's completely vulnerable at the time, right? It goes into a chrysalis, right? And those times when it's in a chrysalis, right, it's going through a metamorphosis. It's going through pain and struggling, out of which that chrysalis emerges a beautiful butterfly. That's what Liberia was to the Black race, okay? It was a Black man's Lazarus, The Black race was considered dead, but in the midst of death is the light. The star of the Liberians, the Lone Star, means light in the midst of darkness. So while the rest of the Black race was suffering and everything like that, there was light right there on the shores of Liberia, where the Black race stood up and was proud and had its own way and controlled its own things. Some of the pictures I'm going to show you tonight is going to show you why Liberia is such a special country. In the midst of human degradation that was going on in the Congo, going on in Nigeria, going on in Black America, going to Jamaica, going stuff like that. There was one country on the earth where the Black man had complete control over his destiny, okay, his manifest destiny, and that was Liberia. Now, Liberia, the people around the world never liked Liberia. You got to think about it like this: India was colonized, right? All these Asian countries colonized, right? But yet you have this one free Black republic in the midst of European colonization of the whole entire planet. Okay, so Liberia stood out as a proud independent republic, and a lot of white countries felt like Liberia should be colonized, right? So they couldn't actually colonize Liberia because, let me tell you something about Liberia. The way Liberia is set up, it has a lot of rocky coasts. You know, you can't just bum rush Liberia with ships and everything, or you'll smash your ships. So there's a lot of rocky coasts and everything that protects it. And also, Monrovia is situated right inland of the Macerado River. So it wasn't like you land on the beach. You got to go through the Macerado River to get to the heart of Monrovia. Okay, so it's protected like that. So therefore, when you look at Liberia as a sanctuary, it's a natural sanctuary, you know, for Black people, you know. So when Liberia was first conceived, Elijah Johnson said, "Look, I ran enough. This is my home. I'm going to make this our home." And so there were some people on the coast that said, "You know something? We don't want you here." Now, the reason why initially a lot of the tribes didn't like Liberia, or the settlers from America, was because they was going to interrupt what was going on there, the slave trade. A lot of people don't know this, but King Peter, his son, was educated in England. A lot of these people on the coast spoke English. You know, they wasn't like the natives here. Some of the natives spoke English. Some of them had been to Europe. You know, and so therefore the Europeans had a lot of influence, particularly in the slave trade and different things on the coast. So the presence of these people settling in Liberia was a threat to the established order right there. In 1834, the slave traders, Portuguese slave traders, incited the Bassa king to massacre the whole settlement at Port Crescent. That was a Port Crescent massacre. All the settlers were massacred, okay, in Port Crescent. And in retaliation, Stephen Benson, who later became president, sent the army into the Bassa kingdom, right, and burned the whole thing to the ground, okay? And then the Bassa signed a treaty recognizing Liberia, like the colony of Liberia. It's called Fishtown, and it was Fishtown, and I forgot the thing. And they built the city of Edina right there. So therefore, going from Africa was trials and tribulation. So going back to Africa after 200 years was still trials and tribulations. In other words, basically, they were settling in a part of Africa that was heavily involved in the slave trade, that was still involved in tribalism and tribal warfare and everything, but out of which they succeeded in building a republic, okay, that still stands to this day. Now, people can talk about all the stuff that when you go to Liberia, the same buildings, stone structures that our ancestors built are still there. There's still forts and everything like that are still there. The indigenous people didn't have this technology of building in stone and stone building and stone masonry and stuff like that. Their stuff is not still there, okay? Our ancestors built something permanent. They built the roads. They built the infrastructure. They built everything. Why? Because they were coming after 200 years living in the West. 200 years living in the West is saying, it's time for us to come home and build something solid, you know? And so therefore, some people say, well, why didn't it integrate in African society? Well, that was tried, and the people that tried to do that were actually kidnapped and sold back into slavery. So they said, look, we're tired of Europeans. They had the confidence to realize that they can govern themselves. And they're tired of being attacked by local Africans who don't want to become civilized and don't want to modernize, don't understand. And they understood later that the Europeans were coming to colonize. They thought they were safe from the Europeans because that part of Africa was never really explored by or colonized by Europeans at the time, or just invaded. So they felt safe basically in their dealings with the Europeans. So the first thing that the pioneers in Liberia had to do was cut off the relationship between the white man and the native Africans. They succeeded by taking control over the coast. Once they had control over the coast, then the next thing was to bring the hinterland tribes under the fold of the government. Now, the only thing threatening the hinterland region was the encroachment of the British and the French. Okay, some native people wanted to go with the French, some wanted to go to the British, some were smart ones were loyal to Liberia. The ones who had actually went to France or knew the French or whatever like that saw that they better recognize the sovereignty of Liberia over their territory, for protection. But the ones who didn't, they will end up calling. They're sorry for that to this day. Okay, Liberia lost half its territory for treachery, or people thought they knew better. And next thing you know, the French came in, the British came in, and after the Berlin Conference to claim their lands, they said, "What's going on here?" See, the Liberians knew that was coming, and so therefore they went into the hinterland to make allies. And you had people who preceded Benjamin Anderson and all these other people to the mouth of the St. John River to basically tell them, look, the Europeans are coming. You got to make a treaty and join us, and we could do this and everything. Those who listened right now in Liberia still have their land, still have everything. Those who didn't, right? And the Great African will tell you, he said, look, the people, some of his family, right, was on the other side of the Mono tribe, was on the other side of the border. The French were more brutal, right? And a lot of exodus of the French and went to Liberia because it was just so much better in Liberia. Liberians had a hut tax, right? The French had a head tax. The French and the British had a head tax. That means if you have, let's say you have like 5 people living in your hut, right? That's just one hut tax, right? But if you lived in the Guinea, the French part of Guinea, they tax everybody in the village as a head tax, and also their lands were recognized as a property of France, not the property of themselves. The Liberian Constitution protected the indigenous people from ever losing their land. No person could give land to Europeans, or no Europeans could farm, settle in Liberia based on the Liberian Constitution. Okay. Somebody said it's a pity that all of slavery didn't return to Africa. We went, look, at the time, like after slavery, right? It was, people think return to Africa is not that easy. I mean, they got us here, right? Because it took millions of dollars of investment to get us here, right? It would have taken that much money to bring us back to Africa. I showed my book Journey to the Promised Land, the voyage of 1878 from Charleston, South Carolina. That was financed by African Americans. Before that, it was only the American Colonization Society, the Mississippi Colonization, that was basically charity funding the trips to Liberia. It's a lot to basically to go to Africa. Like I said, when you go to Africa back then, people had common sense, unlike today, right? You can't go to Africa penniless, skillless, and everything. You had to have something. So Liberia, in its inception, always got skilled people. They had people that were hardworking, people that knew they were going to take to the land, farm. They had 2 or 3 trades. Some was a blacksmith, woodsmith, everything. They brought these skills. That some were brick masons, everything. So they were basically getting Liberia was getting the best of Black America, and they got the educated, the people who could play piano, the best class of Black America ended up in Liberia. The educated, the people skilled, organized, civilized, and stuff like that went to Liberia. And what this brain drain actually hurted Black America, because we were left in America with the charlatans and all these other people. And we were left leaderless, as far as like after Civil War. Most of the people, Black people who were intelligent, got the hell out of here, They went to places like Haiti, some went to Panama, some went to Canada, some went to Europe. They went to Liberia, and some went to South Africa, And this myth about, Black people tried to integrate. No, but and then some people actually made the venture out west in America. But the idea of sitting here under the brutal exploitation of Jim Crow and stuff like that was not something that we wanted. That's a lie. And then in the turn of the 20th century, when it was evidently clear that we could not go to Liberia in large number because nobody was organized and everything, a lot of Black people built their own little Liberias across America. A lot of towns you see in America, we found freedom in places like upstate New York, Long Island, places like Connecticut, places like Detroit, places like there was also a Liberia that was a city, a town that was built in Connecticut. And also there was a new Liberia community that was built in Mexico, in Baja California, called Little Liberia. These are the people that were Garveyites, right? And some people said, look, trying to get to Liberia is too difficult. Black people, majority of them want to get to Liberia. I've proven that in history. But the thing is, since they couldn't get to Liberia, some of them went to this town called New Liberia in Mexico, in Baja California. But what happened was the U.S. government made the Mexican government shut it down because black people were migrating there, and they didn't want black people across the border and stuff like that. That was a threat to the United States. So they shut down Little Liberia in Mexico. Look up Little Liberia in Baja California, Mexico. Okay, if you don't think that's true. So back to Liberia. So, like I said, this republic was what we call the first Afrikstan. Why I call it Afrikstan? When I mean Afrikstan, I mean a black African state, a state that, like the Jewish state, the Zionist state is a Jewish state. Okay, it's for the Jews. You know, there's no question about it. It's not a liberal republic and everything. It's not a multiracial, not a society for the most part. It's a religious for the religious Jews. You know, religious Jews, people who practice Judaism. Why? Because the Jews were historically persecuted in history. The idea of Israel, the state of Israel, the modern Republic of Israel, came from Liberia. Okay? Liberia was Theodore Herzl knew Edward Wilmot Blyden. They're both from Edward Wilmot Blyden was came from the Virgin Islands, then the Danish Virgin Islands. He was the most educated black man in history. He spoke 6 languages, right? He was highly educated, and he used the term the African American. He taught at Foray Bay College in Sierra Leone. Okay, Foray Bay College in Sierra Leone. He basically wrote many letters saying the black man in America, his answers are right here on the shores of West Africa. If he could build himself on West Africa, he'll be free. Everything he's looking for in America is right here in Africa. If he just basically makes that journey across the Atlantic, okay? Now, Theodore Herzl, right, the father of modern Zionism, looked at this and said, you know something? Maybe we could do the same thing with the Jews. We're being persecuted. We can't be who we are. And we have to hide our Jewish ancestry. We have to hide our stuff. And he wasn't even Orthodox. But Jews were persecuted, but just by the fact of being Jews. So he said, well, what if the Jewish had a homeland in the ancient area? And initially, the World Zionist Congress had looked at the British Empire for some land between Kenya and Uganda. Uganda and Kenya was supposed to be the original place of the Zionist settlement. And then what happened was some people said, you know, with the Ottoman Empire, the Ottomans and all that was still strong in the Palestine, right? And when the British took control of Palestine, right, after World War II, some Jews started saying, you know something, let's go to Palestine. Let's start settling. So they went there, started settling there. You know, they started going there. They sold all their property in Germany, in England, and they started settling there. You know, and so therefore, what they did was they basically made stuff like illustrations about what a modern Jewish state would look like. They would do drawings, they would do stories and novels, stuff like that of Mr. Whatever his name is basically open up his Jewish kosher shop on such and such street. It's an imaginary street in their future nation. So they were imagining a Jewish state, right? And then the Zionists, for the most part, the Jewish community rejected Zionism. They said, what do we need Zionism for? I am a German. I'm a Russian. I'm an English person. I don't need to go to some godforsaken land in the Middle East of nowhere and everything. And then what happened was this: the rise of Nazi Germany, right? After Nazi Germany, many Jews changed their mind. And after World War II, many Jews got on boats and they went and they built tent cities on the land because they wanted land. Then Jews fought Palestinians, made alliances with them, and basically the Palestinians initially said, "Oh yeah, you guys can come here and everything," but they didn't know the Jews were trying to build an actual state. And when the Jews said, "Okay, we're here, but now we're trying to govern ourselves," the people, the Arab world said, "No, you could come here, but you can't have your own government. You can't have your own state." And so therefore what happened, that's what the conflict does to this day. And so the Zionist movement was ultimately about having the Jewish having a state. You know, initially some Zionist people felt that the Zionist movement was just about settling and just practicing their religion. Some Zionists to this day, some Jewish to this day said The Zionist people don't need a state. You know, our state is, you know, the world, or we're Jewish. We don't need a secular state. You know, but the Zionist movement said we need a secular state. Why? Because they said it worked so well with the black people returning from slavery in Liberia and places like Freetown, Sierra Leone. So between Freetown, Sierra Leone, and the black people from the West able to build a modern society gave Jewish people the idea that they could do the same thing in Palestine, and that's what the genesis of the state of Israel. And it was Liberia who cast a vote to make the Israel a recognized state in the UN. Okay, and going back to Liberia's history, Liberia was one of the founding members of the League of Nations, right? When the time where all the countries in the world were pretty much colonies, everything, Liberia was the only black and Haiti, I think, Haiti too, was the only black republics that were represented in the League of Nations. They were independent nations, so they gave Liberia a bit of status in the world as a free people. Martha Ricks, one of the Liberians from Virginia, she brought quilt making to Liberia. Quilt making is an African American tradition. My grandmother used to do it, make quilts, right? And she made a quilt for the Queen of England. And then at around almost the turn of the century, she said to the Queen of England, Liberia, our civilization is now the equal of any country in the world. They had pulled that civilization from nothing, right? Within 60 years of being a republic, Liberia had caught up with the rest of the world as far as like their infrastructure, as far as like the governance and everything like that, and their civility. Liberia had one of the lowest crime rates. It was a prosperous state and everything. Beautiful country, beautiful country. And it was black rule. So therefore, Liberia had a lot of impact on the rest of Africa being colonized, right? And white supremacy. And when Liberia went against the whole idea of the white man's burden, that the white man has to civilize the world. The white man has to do this. Here you got this black republic on the coast of Africa that's doing well. So what's the idea to do? Portray Liberia as a failure. Exaggerate the tensions between the indigenous people and so they create this mythical people called Liberians, even though there's no such people, right? The people who became Liberians were people who basically got educated, understood this, we're in a republic here, right? The Liberians were African Americans. There were people from the Caribbean, people from South America, people from Europe, people that were recaptured slaves on the slave ships, right? And they're also indigenous people who came to the coastal region to build, settle, and marry into this new society called Liberia. So in every aspect of Liberia, it was a Pan-African state, okay? It was a Pan-African, Black African state. And that's what we call an Afrikstan, a Black African state. Now, Colin, you always say African Americans because African Americans are the only really Pan-African people in the Black world, us in the diaspora. You cannot basically make a Pan-African state when people are tribalists. You cannot make a Pan-African state when people want to hold on to being part of the French Union. You cannot be a Pan-African state when people are loyal to have your allegiance to Britain. You cannot be a Pan-African state like in South Africa where you got whites in there controlling the infrastructure, the wealth, and all the stuff like this. That's not a Pan-African state, okay? That's not an Afrikstan, An Afrikstan, in our definition, is a African American, African diaspora, for the most part, militant Black Pan-African state. The Constitution, everything is set on Black nationalism and Black economic, cooperative economic empowerment, and Black man, Black woman, Black child, Black family. That's what Liberia was, okay? It was not this idea of Africa being multicultural and rainbow and stuff like this that you see in Africa right now. That's not an Afrikstan. An Afrikstan is a Black African state. The world, everybody in the world deserves to have a territory that's defined by them. If outsiders want to live in, non-Black people, that's fine. But you cannot accommodate them. What's happening in Africa right now is, the United States government is threatening in Uganda to legalize homosexuality or face the possibility of losing foreign aid. They would like to invade the country and take it off if they could. But Uganda is saying, no, we don't want it. So therefore, what I'm saying is when we talk about Afrikstan, there's people that are trying to make Liberia change its constitution to let Lebanese, whites, and everybody else, Indians, have citizenship. No. Well, what about America? America basically was a white country and everything. If that's what America wants to do, let everybody in the world come here and everything like that. But look at what's going on in America. Nobody respects this country. Nobody respects America. People shit on the country. People basically don't respect black people in this country. They don't respect anything. People come here, wave their own flags, tails like that. They don't have any respect for America. They get whatever they can get. As soon as they get over here, they have no respect, no regard. They want to tear down monuments, tear down statues, anything that offends them about American history and everything. They want to tear down. And I think that's wrong. Now, some statues, stuff like that, should come down, right? The Confederates and everything. But these people want to tear down people like George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, the founders of this country. What about that? Yeah, they founded this country. You know, Thomas Jefferson, you got to give them respect. Ben Franklin, these men founded this country. They built this country, the country you see right here. So therefore, if you don't like that, then you should leave and go back to your own country. I believe that. You know, same thing with Liberia, right? They would love to go to Liberia and basically tear down Tubman's statue, J.J. Roberts statue, and everything like that, and everything. This idea of tearing down statues and everything, and because it offends certain people and everything like that, is wrong. I believe Liberia is a country of black people from the United States in the West that came there and built a republic and everything. That's who should be shining on top of things. It bothered me in Angola, right? There's some parts of Angola that I was looking at, right? And I said, look, I told my friend Celeste, that would be a great place to build a town. We could build a city in Angola, right? But in the town is some Portuguese, a statue of some Portuguese explorer, right? And I looked the guy up, right? He was a Portuguese explorer. I said, and his statue is still sitting there, right? I said, you guys kicked the Portuguese out. What is it about a statue? Something demonic about a statue that people don't want to tear down. What do you think his ghost going to come back and get you? You know? There's no white statues in Liberia whatsoever. There's no European statues anywhere in the Republic of Liberia. Just like in South Africa, it took you how long it took them to take down Cecil Rhodes' racist ass statue and everything. You know, the people probably take it down. And why was that even an issue? You know, take that freaking bastard statue down. In Ghana, they was going to take down Mahatma Gandhi's statue down, but the Indian government said, don't you do that. Don't you do that. And the Ghanaian said, yes, bossa. Yes, bossa. You know, yes, bossa. And not Ghana tonight, right? But why is Ghana still part of the British Commonwealth Games? Why they host the Queen of England and everything? What do they got to do with Ghana? Why? Because Ghana really, on paper, is still not on paper, is still the Gold Coast. They don't recognize no Ghana like that. Liberia is the only country that doesn't have any colonial history. You know, Liberia was never part of the United States. It was never part of anything, so it doesn't have any colonial past to go. The only thing Liberia has is its connection with Black America and the diaspora. That's the only thing. That's why Liberia is ideal to spread the Pan-African ideology to the rest of the continent. Okay. So with that in mind, you got any questions? Any questions?
Yes, Carla, great presentation as usual, my brother.
Mm-hmm.
So appreciate you breaking it down. And family, this is the book from the man himself.
Yeah, I'm still working on people trying to make this into a movie. It's going to happen. Yeah, I didn't make this round, whatever like that. It wasn't together. But sooner or later, they're going to approach me again to make this into a movie. Hopefully, I'll be ready for it. And if I need to get some contributions, I could definitely need some help. You know, if you guys want to see this made into a movie, you know.
Yes, Carla, great. Great idea and vision. Because when we think about all these great movements, like you mentioned to me one day on the phone, we're talking, and he was like, you're just talking about one of the rappers. Is like, if he's so into Black culture and Black this and that, why don't he make an influential movie, like a movie about Marcus Garvey or a movie about our ancestors building Africa's first republic and creating a place where we can return home and be proud of. But we're not doing that. So it's up to you and I to work those things out. And I do feel like we need to make movies and documentaries and things like that. Like Tariq made that movie 1804. I mean, the documentary. I mean, that wasn't bad. that that gave
Right.
some
I give him credit for that.
good
I
energy.
but
So even something like that for Liberia, and then the full-fledged movie is all good. But I'm with you, brother, on this Liberia connection, 1,000,000%, because just like how I connected to Ghana, it was all about Kwame Nkrumah, laying the foundation for us to return to the African continent. But then I tell people that's a great foundation, but we have one even better, historic
yeah.
Liberia. So the question I have, and what I want to share with everyone, 1822 was the actual settlement in Liberia. So what came along 10 years before that, or 12
Okay.
10 to 12 years before that,
Boy, 20 years. 20
or
years.
20 years? All right.
Okay. No, 2 years. 2 years. 2 years. 2 years. 2 years.
No, I'm talking
2 years.
about, because you have to plan this thing out. You're in America,
Okay. Yeah.
you're a free slave. So there's a
Right.
lot to think about.
Well, let me
And
tell you. Let me tell you about what happened. Right. And just let's see, 40 years before that. Right. There was an expedition of two African American businessmen from. One was from they're both from Boston. Right. They had chartered a ship. Right. It was after the Constitution had been written. Right. And these men said, "Well, we're disenfranchised." So they said, "Look, now it's time to put the idea of us, our manifest destiny is returning to Africa and build a thing." This predated Freetown. It's right around time Freetown was being So what happened was these guys sailed down the coast of Liberia, right? And these are two businessmen in suits and everything, and they met with the Bassa King, right? Told him what we're going to do and everything, had an agreement and everything. And what happened was the Portuguese got wind of it because they were heavily slave trade, right? And so what happened was the Portuguese and the Bassas conspired against these two men and kidnapped them, right, and sold them into slavery.
wow.
Imagine you're a businessman, never seen slavery, right? And you're kidnapped and you captured. So we don't know what happened to them. They probably went to South America or wherever, and they were sold back. They were sold into slavery. So this is why so by the time Liberia, right, a lot of early people who talked about pioneer Liberia said they knew that they could not build this unless they had the U.S. Navy. We give credit to the U.S. Navy. The U.S. Navy, because it's the whole North Atlantic and right there was infested with slave vessels. Slave vessels were very dangerous, because slave vessels were nothing but glorified pirates, right? They're criminals, pirates, and everything, right? And they basically would raid other slave ships. They were basically at that time were brazen. They could raid kingdoms. The only group of people they never touched was the Crew tribe. If you had crew markings, you were safe. And so therefore, on that coast of West Africa was very, very dangerous, to travel across. So therefore, all the ships that went to Liberia had to have a U.S. Navy escort, right? And then the Navy ships would be docked, would capture slave ships, right, and dump them in Liberia, right. So what happened was after a couple of slave ships, companies became bankrupt, right, because they lost all their ship and everything, right. Liberia became a dangerous coast, and what happened was the slave traders tried to conspire with local Liberians, indigenous people, to burn the settlements down, right. If they do that, Liberia will be a safe path. They figured the United States would leave the place alone, and that they could because the way Liberia is situated, it's the brighter Benin, right, and it goes into the North Atlantic Ocean, right. So you have to pass somewhere by Liberia, unless you're going way out to sea. You're way out to sea, and the U.S. Navy and British Navy squadrons were patrolling that coast for slave trade. And so what happened was the slave economy began breaking down. So that was an ideal time for us to look for land in that particular region. Then you had the Freetown settlement was there, and then when here's the thing. There was a guy named Finley who was a friend of Paul Coffey, right? Paul Coffey had founded Freetown, right? But the British government would not let him do what he wanted to do. No, but the British Sierra Leone Company, right, control all the commerce, right, in Sierra Leone. Everything you did had to go. It was a mercantile system. It was mercantilism. Okay, we have to understand what mercantilism is, right? To understand why Liberia said we need to be an independent republic, because a mercantile system means that whether it's the British East India Company, everything, you have to trade with the mother country. Okay, and the mother country has access to your market. You can't refuse them or tax them everything. That's what America happened in American war. Taxation, representation. the Stamp Act, the Tea Act, and stuff like this. So America rebelled against that, burned tea in the Boston Harbor, and that's what sparked the American Revolution, right? And like in Sierra Leone, right? It was the company was owned by the British Sierra Leone Company. Nigeria was owned by the Royal Nigeria Company. Okay, so these companies own territory, and they basically gave loot to the royal crown. Okay, so when Liberia, some people say, why did they just go to Sierra Leone? But they didn't want to be under the British rule, you know. And let's be honest with ourselves; these were black people, but they were still American. You know, there was still this idea that of liberty, the things that they inherit. The white people say liberty, freedom, also like that. That was in the idea of the people. We want a land of liberty. You know, we want to be free. You know, like something revolutionary, because most of the world was living in darkness. Most of the world were living in bondage. Most of the world living in backward kingdoms, right? And they're redundant pseudo republics. You know, the Spain, Germany, Austria, the Ottomans, everything like that. The world was a really brutal, dark place, right? And so, therefore, going to Africa, they said we want a piece of land, one piece of land, but we can practice be who we are, not under any rule of anybody. Okay, so Liberia itself, the idea that black people could come out of slavery, bondage in America, right, and on this shore create a citadel of hope and peace, a refuge for black people around the world, and that it wants peace and everything. That's all you have to do to be a Liberian is want liberty and peace, right, and be black. That's all you have to do. Just lie about Liberia, about it's America, Liberia, like that. If anybody from Africa, anybody of black African descent, could come. What's time to dismantle the Commonwealth? I don't know what that means. You know, the Commonwealth. You know, I don't know what that means. Anyway, the bottom line is, if you were black and you were oppressed, whatever like that, this was a place where you can go and pull yourself up and become part of a black society. You know. With that, I think it's time to show some of the pictures, Bomani. Let's go through it. I'm gonna go through them, and I'm gonna add more. I'm gonna add history to these photos.
All right, let me see what we got here.
Okay, blood and soil. Right, that right there is Liberia, the Liberian coastline. I believe that's in Crewtown, or it might be Grand Bassa. And I wrote years ago, and these white supremacists stole this from me, right? I said blood and soil. I said the manifestation of freedom is land. The price of land is blood and soil. Since time immemorial, blood soaked in the soil has set men free. One must be prepared to die for freedom. One must be prepared to kill for freedom. Blood and soil, Genesis. The bottom line is, and also this is what Liberia was all about. Liberia was not founded basically just in theory. There were wars between the Liberians and white people, you know, the British. The wars between Liberians and the Portuguese, the French, everybody else. And there was wars between Liberians and some of the indigenous people who did not see the vision. It was either die or fight. And they understood that if they knew what was best for everybody. So therefore, when they fought the indigenous, killed them, right? And then won and spilled blood on the soil. To this day, the people, no one would say that what they end up building, right, protected the indigenous people. Because Liberia is the only place where indigenous Africans control the country up and down. You know, not kingdoms, not stuff like you saw, like you go to Ghana and all these other countries. You got chiefs and everybody that control land and everything. In Liberia, you don't have it like that. Liberian individuals and people control the state, and it's a republic, right? Some people, just by fact that they're in a republic, you know, and the ancestors come from that land, they naturally own large areas of land. But there's no Frenchmen owning a vast land in Liberia. There's no Afrikaners. There's no sanctions on Liberia because some whites in South Africa. Look at Zimbabwe. Whites in Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe's sanctions because they took their land back. You know, the whites tried their best to get there with the indigenous people so they could settle in Liberia and farm and everything like that. The Liberians stopped that. The Liberians stopped that. Said, no, no white people are ever going to settle here and farm here. That's not going to happen. And Liberia was always considered a white man's grave. You know, it's a white man's grave. He tried his best, but he could not settle Liberia. He could not do it. And so we basically we talk about blood and soil. You know, now some of these pictures, you individualize them, blow them up.
Yes, I'm gonna try something new with the view. All right, so let me try this, and this should work. All right. All right. How does that look?
Yeah. Okay. That is the original executive mansion. It was built in like 1834. That was the original executive mansion for the government. You know, it was also one of J.J. Roberts' residents. He made the executive mansion for the country. That was the original executive mansion, you know, of Liberia. You know, that was original. That was the first presidential executive mansion.
All right, so that didn't work. All right, so let me try something else. Do it individually. Yeah, that's probably the best bet. All right, let's try this. All right, so let me see if I can switch over and see if it changed. All right, cool, perfect. So that's what I'll do.
All right, yeah, that right there. Okay, executive mansion. Okay, and go to the next slide.
All right, there we go.
That right there is Marshall, right? We go to Liberia, right, on the Marshall River. You could do some jet skiing and stuff like that. You know, houses on the Marshall. A lot of Lebanese have those houses, you know, and they're chilling and whatnot. They're enjoying what your ancestors built. You know, they have boat race, they have canoe racing and everything like that. It's a lot of fun. We might be able to see some of that when we go. You know, we have time to see some of that. They got the canoe racing and stuff like that, jet skis. That's in Marshall. Okay, I want to tell people like that. You know, they're enjoying paradise. Right here, this picture right here is some of the Liberian elites. Right, this is at Morehouse University. Right, this is Vaughn Sherman. Right, I met his wife when I was in Liberia with Dr. King and some other people. These all the two guys, tall guys, are Liberians. The other guys, African American, and it's Dr. King. You know, these men were Morehouse frat brothers. You know, brothers. You know, so this shows you the connection right there between Liberia's upper class and educated class with Black America. Okay, so it shows you the history, what we're building. You know, we're rebuilding those ties between Black America and Liberia. You know. This is the Freeport of Monrovia under construction in 1943. Okay, this is a Freeport of Monrovia under construction in 1943 by the Lend-Lease law that lent monies to American allies, or it was African Americans, diplomats that helped broker this thing. Frederick Roosevelt said, "Yeah, we got plenty of funds." So Liberia got a brand new state-of-the-art port built. It was completed in 1947, and they got a new airport built, and they got a couple of bases built in Robertsport. Okay, you go to Liberia and Robertsport, you'll see some of what the United States military left behind. This is the one of the Masonic temples. This is in Cape Palmas, overlooking the ocean. Okay, this is the most beautiful sight you ever see in your eyes, right? Imagine living here, right? This was built like in the 1830s, you know? Imagine going here and looking at this temple, right? And you living in your own land, outlooking the lighthouse and everything. And this is the type of architecture you have. So you're born into a civilization that was built by Black men, you know? All Black hands built this temple. This was in Maryland County in Cape Palmas, you know, in the southern part of Liberia. This is the executive mansion of Liberia. Right now, it looks really nice. They redid it. I give George Ware credit because he actually lives in the mansion, you know, and it's really lit up really nice. This is the executive mansion. It was completed in 1967, I believe. It was completed, you know. And the funny thing about the executive mansion, right? When you look at the executive mansion, the front side and the back side is exactly the same, right? And you listen to mine, check this out.
Yes, brother. Listen to you.
Check this out. On the back side, right? It faces the Atlantic Ocean. For some strange way, it faces the Atlantic Ocean. And this side faces the street, you know? So on the back side, it faces the Atlantic Ocean, like welcoming, you know? It's facing the ocean. It's basically saying, to the diaspora to come home, you know? So Liberia is set up. You look at the executive mansion on an aerial map, right? It looks exactly the same from the front and the back. The back side right there is facing the Atlantic Ocean, right? And it's welcoming. So you have an entrance right there in the back side facing the Atlantic Ocean and an entrance right there in the front side. So basically, when you come into Liberia and you look at from the executive mansion from the ocean, and you're saying, yeah, well, it says basically saying, welcome to Liberia. Now, who's they saying welcome to? You know, with the idea that people are going to be coming to Liberia, and that's the first thing they're going to see. So it's two-sided, you know. So it's done like that for a reason. This is Chase Manhattan Bank, Liberia's bank. Before Liberia is about to get its own banking system and everything, Chase Manhattan Bank was one of the premier banks of bank of services in Monrovia. You know, and people will tell, yeah, I used to work at. Everybody tell like, oh, my mother used to work at Chase Manhattan Bank and everything like that. You know, we have to build our own banks of the African. This is Joseph Jenkins Roberts, right? Right, the first president of Liberia. Look at his face. Look at the strong will in his face. This guy looks like he doesn't take shit, you know? This guy stood with 300 or 400 men against the British incursion on the what you call it, the Galenas River, you know? And he basically set men out there and stood toe to toe and basically said, look, Liberia's we're not no punks. He brought like 400 of his strongest soldiers armed, right, to fight off and impounded British merchant ships that didn't want to pay taxes. This guy was no friggin' joke. He was a 19th century black nationalist, a militant black nationalist. Now, a lot of pictures you see of J. Robert, they try to paint him like he's white. They try to change his hair and make him look white and everything like that. But this is an accurate picture of him, you know? The man was no joke. He was born in Norfolk, Virginia, raised in Petersburg, Virginia. There's a monument for him in Petersburg, Virginia. I asked people in Petersburg, you know who that monument's for? You know who J.J. Roberts was? No. It's right there on Washington Street, Petersburg. Nobody knows who he was, whatever like that.
That's amazing, brother.
The guy who I bought my shirt from, right? Good brother, right? I said, look, I told my Liberia, I know, I never heard that. You've been in Norfolk your whole life. You grew up in Roberts Park, and you don't know, he never heard of Liberia? Nah, man, I never heard of Liberia. I said, that's why I don't rep no Native American shit. You know, I want to know my black history, you know? And so, like, you got people out there that don't know their own history, you know, right there where he came from. White people will know everything about their Jewish, Russian, everything. Black people, like I told to ask Big Black the other night, I said, how could an African look down on you? Well, sometimes he look down. Do you know who you are? If you know who you are, nobody can look down on you, you know? This was Air Liberia. Liberia was the first country in Africa to have their own airline, independent airline, you know? Liberia was on its way, a country with its own airline. You know, in the 70s, Liberia was on top of the world. You know, it was on top of the world. Air Liberia. Everything about Liberia says it was a prototype of an Afrikstan, a black African state. No colonies, no colonialism, a black country, no debts of foreign debts and everything. It was a black republic. There's the big three right there. That was Sekou Touré, Kwame Nkrumah, and Tubman. This is in 1959 and going to Senegal, organizing for the OAU, for Organization of African Unity. You know, these are the big three men, you know, who formed the OAU. You know, don't let you think Liberia was the OAU was formed. You know,
and that's perfect that this picture came up, because what I want to do is once you finish with talking about this, I want since it's relevant to Afrikstan, want to play that video that we have of the AU and it in reference to the OAU and the difference and what happened with that vision of an Afrikstan and so on. But yeah, definitely. So this is an iconic picture, family, and that's what we're doing, family. We're paying homage to our ancestors. They did great works. to put things in a position where we can build on to the legacy.
Yep. Yeah, so play that video.
All right, so let me skip through the next set of photos you got.
I want to talk about we're gonna go back to those, but I want you to play a video. I'm gonna go back to those.
Oh, you want to get back to this? So let me.
Yeah, just put it on pause.
Let me just no, I got it. Let me switch out that. Right. Modern day technology of presentation, my brother.
Yep, I'm learning.
That's your Bomani technology for you.
Yeah.
Where is my magical video? So that's not it. Me. Yeah, I feel like we can draw some very, very educational and interesting points on this one.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully. Skip the loo. I see what the comments we got on here.
A rifleman.
So family, let me read the title on this one. A World of Africa, African Union, a toothless organization. So what we're looking to do, family, is kind of see when this happened, because Khaled just showed that picture of great visionaries. So we're gonna talk about what happened to that vision, and ultimately, brother, that was the situation, right? The goal was to build an Afrikstan, right?
Exactly. Well, what the idea of an Afrikstan, ultimately, right, will include all the African republics, states, and everything under one big Pan-African, Black African state. That was a vision. It was based on race, and everything. Based race and region, and also included put that down. And also included the Black people from the West, the diaspora. But the Europeans basically saw the threat to their whole was coming from the West and Liberia. So they had to get rid of this idea of Pan-African, as they said, was coming from Liberia. So 7 from the Caribbean, Liberia, America, and some radicals in the UK and stuff like this, right? So they schemed and plotted, right, to change the whole overall thing of the African stuff like that they stayed to the indigenous, right? The indigenous people, make sure the indigenous people inherit the country, set them up, right? They didn't have any affinity for the Black world outside everything. Nigeria basically said, we're not going to join any Pan-African thing because it's not realistic. So Nigeria was set up as, they said, well, they're going to keep all the same relationship they have with the Europeans, everything like that. That's reality, right? They were not interested in this, what Nkrumah and all these other people were talking about. And because they did that, that's why Nigeria is suffering right to this day. That's why I went to Biafra War and all the stuff like that to this day, So you ready to play the video?
Absolutely.
I'm ready.
She want to know what happened to the airlines.
Oh, because the indigenous people took over in 1980 and they ran the country to the ground. Ask them what happened to the Ducor Hotel. We're going to show you the Ducor Hotel. Liberia was a world-class country, you know, built by black people, built by Pan-Africanists and black nationalists, you know. That showed you that this stuff works. All the other stuff that people keep talking about, America, get y'all American, this stuff don't work. What really works is us building in Afrikstan, building Africa, building infrastructure, you know. Trust me on this. It works. History is on our side. Everybody who's done it this way has gone someplace. Everybody basically said, we're going to be Americans or stay in the European rule and whatnot. They're no place. The Asians had the banged on cards in 1955. The whole idea was Pan-Asian nationalism and all stuff like this, Asian economic development, cooperative economic, everything like that. And now look at Asia right now and look at Africa, who didn't do that, you know, who got sabotaged and everything. So let's play this. So let's go on. We're getting down there. This platform is a one place you're going to hear the truth. You know, we don't candy coat anything. Go ahead, brother Mike.
Annual summit aimed at accelerating implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Now, the creation of the African Union, or the AU, began with a wave of optimism about the continent's future. The organization now says peace and security have become more worrying than ever, and it's working to address the issue. Climate change, poverty, the outbreak of disease, and food shortages are all big issues. So, will the African Union be able to address these issues and has the grouping lost its grip on the continent? Let's find out in this Wild of Africa special report.
Forget the summits and the photo ops of heads of state. To understand the forum, you have to go back to when it was born.
Of the African Union Commission.
The Organization of African Unity came into existence as a compromise between the radical Pan-Africanism of leaders such as Kwame Nkrumah, who advocated a union government and a continental military high command, and the more conservative outlook of the pro-Western leaders of Nigeria, Ivory Coast, and Liberia, who insisted on a gradual approach to African economic and political integration. Fast forward to 2002, the OAU was renamed African Union. It was supposed to resolve the country's wars, ease the flow of trade across its borders, and help Africa to speak with one voice in world affairs.
Healthy U vending is better than a franchise. Here are 10.
Unlike the OAU, which refused to interfere in the affairs of its members, the AU has the power to intervene without consent to stop a bloodbath. In other respects, though, the AU has come to resemble the talking shop it replaced. At each summit, it approves admirable-sounding schemes. Too few go anywhere.
The African Union is now more involved in regional crisis. It is more reactive, and it's discussing these issues quite often. What is not happening is putting money where the mouth is, and that is really the biggest problem, because we can discuss a lot about peace in Somalia or Ethiopia or whichever country, but as long as there is no financial resources or other resources like capacity to just build on these issues that we are discussing, then it's going to be a problem. And that has been a consistent challenge.
According to Afrobarometer, a polling firm, more than a third of Africans either think the AU is useless or have no opinion of it at all.
For a long time, people used to hear about African Union only during the summits. I mean, leaders go gather in Addis Ababa or whichever other city that the continental bloc may choose, and then they discuss and then issue a communique. But people are saying that what does an ordinary civilian in Africa really need? They need a program that will ensure they have food on their table.
Apart from the war in Ukraine, all eyes are on the AU to see if it can achieve ceasefires in the Sahel and the eastern DRC, where M23 rebels have seized swaths of territory and sparked a diplomatic row between Kinshasa and Rwanda's government. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who was a special guest at the 36th summit, urged African leaders to take action for peace and pushed the United Nations Security Council to consider enlisting Africa.
It is my deep belief that the biggest injustice that exists today in the Security Council is the lack of at least one African permanent member of the Security Council. When the Security Council was formed, there were very few African countries that were independent. So we have today a Security Council that corresponds to a reality that is no longer the reality of today's world.
If you look around the DRC, you will find that nearly every neighbor has an interest or two in that conflict. And therefore, solving that conflict will require that all the members participate and all of them are on the same page. The problem has been that everyone has been fighting for the last 30 years. So probably they need actual conviction that the alternative to fighting is better for everyone.
The Commission's dream of becoming something like the executive branch of the European Union has faded. Unlike the European Commission, it has no meaningful powers to enforce treaties or craft regulations. It was a tacit admission that the task of building a union greater than the sum of its parts remains unfinished. Bureau Report, We On, World is One.
Was that the whole thing?
Seemed like it's something. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna check it out. But if you want to just respond to what you saw and the difference in the OAU and what is now known today as the AU. So family,
Right.
It was originally the Organization of African Union, which our ancestors built. And now you have the African Union. So the organization part is taken out. So what if I
Right.
took the organization part out of Black African infrastructure?
Yeah, organization. There's no organization. Black African, but all of it's all over the place, you know. Now, an interesting part was the fact that they call Kwame Nkrumah radical black. See how they label stuff, you know, saying that black people, the Africans.
Let's talk more about this status of the African Union.
Okay, you want to finish playing that so I can? Let's finish playing that before I give my full thing.
All right, no problem. Let's do that.
And Professor Noah Midamba is a senior associate at the Global Center for Policy and Strategy. Professor is joining us from Nairobi, Kenya. Professor Noah, how would you evaluate the progress of the African Union this far?
Well, I can tell you this. I'm one of those people who've been very critical of African Union and how we are going. But I'm beginning to be very comfortable and beginning to see way forward and some really tangible result. Take, for instance, the East Africa community. East Africa community is now emerging into East and Central African community with 8 countries, including DR Congo. And then very quickly, we are going to have Somalia. And I know immediately after that, we'll have Ethiopia. So this will become the largest block of free trade for in Africa. And then that will influence the southern part, and then will influence the west and the northern part, so that Africa can truly become block. Just understand something. The US is the largest economy in the world with $25 trillion. Buried underneath of the DRC Congo, the mineral resources, is worth over $25 trillion. So if you take the DRC Congo alone and the mineral resources plus all the forest and the fertile land, the DRC Congo is capable of feeding the entire continent of Africa. And so we need good governance. We need way forward. I have served in the University Council of East Africa for a long time, and I can tell you we are making significant progress about leadership of the university and aid that is coming in from various areas of the world, and how we can support and upgrade our ability to be able to run top quality universities in Africa. This is taking place.
Right. A major problem confronting the African Union is resources. Does that have an effect on the organization's ownership and its capabilities to intervene?
We don't lack resources in Africa. If you look at it, Africa a few years from now, I hope it's in our time, will be one of the richest continents of Africa. There is no question about it. What is happening is management of those resources. Look at Congo. They're poor people. They're homeless people in Congo. There are over 500,000 people being displaced by this war in Congo. Why? Because we are fighting. And then other people have entered in from outside, both countries, like Russia, and Israel and all that, right? Extracting the resources within Congo and taking it out at with no really understanding about the impact of it on the people. So Africa has to look inside. Africa must not continue to look at Europe and continue to look at the US and continue to look at Asia as a source of support for internal upheaval, which we have created ourselves.
All right, finally, Professor, what will it take for the African Union to be a strong grouping and diverse like the European Union? Will that ever happen, or is it just a pipe dream?
The leadership that is emerging in Africa is different from the pioneers like Jomo Kenyatta, Jamal Abdel Nasser. We have people that are much more practical, like Uhuru Kenyatta, which is looking at the internal dynamic and capacity of Africa to be able to move it up, so then we can begin to see ourselves for what we are, without thinking about the UN is going to help us with Amazon, and UN is going to help us in Congo, and UN is going to help us with the dispute within Sudan itself. And then we are also creating sanctions for those people that refuse to adhere to what is common knowledge for all of us. Now, this never happened under OAU. Everything was OAU. Everything was pushed to the side. But now we're beginning to look at each other and tell Ethiopian that you must stop, or we are going to cut you off from trading with you, and then your economy will go up, go down, and everything will go down. So I'm much more optimistic today than I was 5 or 10 years ago about the future of Africa.
Professor Noah Midamba, thank you very much for your insights and for talking to We On Wild is One, Wild of Africa.
Yes, color Genesis, brothers. So we need a nice Afrikstan analysis on this one, brother, to the highest level. What are they really saying about the African Union?
This is I'm gonna start off by saying this, right? I'm tired of people talking about African resources, right? Japan has no resources, extremely rich. Singapore has no resources, extremely rich. The Africans think they're gonna play that reparations. Why you put that up there, man? Please take that down. I gotta talk. Yeah, they're begging nation, begging for reparations to replace everything. Okay, Anyway, a resource is only as good as those who hold value to it. For years, Africans in Southern Africa were walking on top of diamonds, right? But they saw no value in it. If something doesn't have value, you don't have value, or you can't put demand on it, stuff like this, then it's absolutely useless. Those resources are only valuable to the industrialized world, right? Until Africa basically has domestic and regional demand for these resources and consumption of these resources and utilize it. You can only do that by building an industrialized societies, right? And building a middle class, and an upper class and a well-to-do class where you have a domestic consumption base. Then those values, then you can hedge against that stuff like that, because your GDP will grow, and you can print money and value your economy and your currency based on the domestic production of your manufactured goods and consumption. And the surplus of those goods that you manufacture, you export. And then you become part of the global supply chain of finished products and finished goods. Until that happens, so long as Africa is relying on selling their resources to the West for paper currency, it's not going to work. They don't seem to understand that. It doesn't matter how much your resources is. If you don't have any use for them, if you're not building industries around, like South Africa did, right? South Africa was a model of what Africa could do with its resources to become rich. South Africa, basically, when they found platinum, they built industries around platinum. It's a multiplier effect. They brought companies in and everything like that, and they listed on their stock exchange, and they basically built industries around platinum. Instead of just exporting platinum, they would make them into different parts and different products and everything, and sold them domestically to other industries. And they brought other industries in there with that uses the platinum and everything. So the economy was growing because they had workers, they had a tax base, they had all this stuff like this. And then basically companies would basically set their that needed parts made in this platinum stuff like that, right? It was easier just to go to South Africa. They had a 2 rand system, right? Which said if you basically manufacture your stuff here, you got a lower tax rate, a better exchange rate than if you take the raw stuff out and then try to manufacture yourself. So they would charge whatever it costs as a finished product, or you could bring your plant here. And they did this during apartheid. They did this when they basically were under assaults by the ANC and other stuff like this, and even under some sanctions. They still were able to attract foreign investment because, if you're manufacturing something and you can guarantee that because you have the technology, the labor, and the skills to make that product there, right? And the product is shipped back to the country or shipped from South Africa because South Africa set up a business network to sell finished products all over the world, right? So they were integrated into the world, right? This is why South Africa got so rich. This is why South Africa got rich, and Mobutu Sese Seko, his country didn't. He just let the foreigners take the stuff out of Zaire and bring it overseas. There was no stipulation of them employing the local people, train local people to make finished products. This is why the DRC, Congo, is poor, and South Africa got rich. So it seems like the Africans, this latest brother's talking, it's going to do the same thing. We got these resources, everything. The resources is a lagging. In other words, basically, for example, Zambia was copper industry. The Zambians, some company I remember the story. The Zambians were basically saying, why are we not making money off our copper, right? And these companies, the hedge fund companies, option trading companies, were making all the money, millions and billions of dollars off copper futures and stuff like that. They would manipulate the price by telling the Zambians, don't produce as much copper once hand, and then basically they will manipulate the price, make the money and stuff like that. So they go back to Zambia and they say, Zambia's like, we need more money for equipment and everything. So they said, no, you keep it the way it is. Keep it the way it is. And the Zambians are like, our copper just sitting here and we're not making any money. And so while at the same time that the copper is sitting there, the people that sell the copper in the futures markets and everything, the speculators, are making all the money on the rising price of copper. So what Zambia needed to do was, it's going to stop all that manipulation of its copper, and start selling the copper itself. And it did good when it started exporting copper directly to China, directly to China. So what I'm saying is, as long as the colonial system is still set up, Africans are still looking at foreign markets for their commodities, stuff like that, it's never going to change. Okay, it's never going to change. And so, and Botswana did a good thing, right? Instead of just exporting diamonds, Botswana started getting into diamond cutting, diamond washing with this company, Debswana. And Botswana is a success story because they trained their population, they built universities and all stuff like this. Now Botswana is getting into jewelry making and stuff like that, finished products with diamonds, and selling them retail all over the world, and through places like eBay and stuff like that, And so, and Alibaba and stuff like that is selling its diamonds as finished jewelry products and everything. But until Africa gets to that part, and also to get to that part, you're going to have to basically empower the local people. It's something that people in Africa don't seem to get. You know, they'll say, "Oh, Africans, we're not used to. We're just going to keep it on the way it is." If you're talking about living in a global world, Africa has to change and adapt for the global reality, or basically stick to yourself, stick to what you're doing, and stay backwards. You know, some people still think that they don't need to modernize African agriculture. They could go out there and just do subsistence farming, right, and just get by on the markets and everything. But Africa is one natural disaster away from poverty, starvation. For example, let's say Africa was manufacturing its tomatoes and products, put it in cans, right? So even if you have a war, crisis, and everything, those products can be moved around to warehouse and everything like that for days, weeks, even years. But if everything you eat is basically just hand to mouth subsistence and everything, one crisis will disrupt that whole thing. You know, this is why even in Europe, when countries in like Syria, where it's bombed all out and everything like that, you don't see people starving because there's still a manufacturer there. You know what I'm saying? And so these things need to be talked about before people start talking about we got all these natural resources and everything. The most important resources Africa really has is its people. If you don't utilize human resources and everything, turn those humans into taxpayers, turn those people into consumers and everything, and distributors and things like that, it's never going to change. As far as like the African Union is concerned, right? And the African Union, now he's talking about the East African bloc. That's good. I applaud that. But they had an African free trade zone that's still not been running. And I said this years ago. The African free trade zone is a pipe dream because Africa does not manufacture anything. The only people that'll benefit from that are the foreign companies on the continent, right? They'll have access to all the African markets and everything. The African are not manufacturing finished products, so where do they got to trade? You know, what about the logistics? You know, trains, railways, you know, even air, you know, shipping and everything. All the shipping that's done in Africa is done to going to the West, America, Europe, whatever. Like, there's no internal infrastructure for heavy trade on the continent. So how can you basically manufacture and have a free trade zone? There's no trading going on between the countries on a large scale. You know, so these are the things that Kwame Nkrumah was talking about when he said we need to build Africa. You know, he saw it back then. And the funny thing is, notice how they call him a radical black nationalist. They call anything that makes sense radical. Malcolm X was a radical extremist and everything. These are words they say this, you know. You know. Thank you, Rifleman. Thanks for the support, brother. You know, thanks for the support. You know, if you're radical, you know, what's radical about that? You know, saying that you're tired of being exploited, you're tired of being abused and everything, that's radical. So these are the words that we put out there. The presenter of this thing should have clarified that Kwame Nkrumah was not any sort of radical. You know, he was not so radical. He was radical. Patrice Lumumba was not a radical. He was a pragmatist. He was LARP, okay? We believe in LARP at the BAIO. LARP means what's logical, what's achievable, what's reasonable, and what's practical. So when we practice the art philosophy of LARP, right, we could basically tell you we're doing what's logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical. And then we have to discern through our experts and people like that what is logic. Throw out, keep what's good and everything, and don't do what's not practical. If we do that, right, and then when the West comes say, "Oh, you guys are radical," then they expose themselves. What's logical about letting foreign countries take all the resources out, and then they take the resources out, make a finished product, and sell it back to Africans? Is that logical? Is that practical? No. You know, is that even reasonable? No. What's logical about Chinese fishing off African coasts, right? taking Africa's fish and selling it back to Africa. Is that logical? That logic? Wouldn't logical mean that we invest in modern fishing vessels or in training and basically getting doing things like Central America and South America is doing? Mexico has a thriving modern fishing industry. You'll see Chinese and everything dumping fish on the American market. Mexican are doing it. Was logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical. So,
break it down, brother. Color Genesis. Now, would you like us to add in our good friend? We got a guest on the chat.
I mean, for just a couple of minutes, because I don't want to hear a lot of stuff. I want to hear somebody add to the conversation tonight. I don't want to hear about reparations. I don't want to hear about all that stuff. You know, so if it's who I think it is or not, you know, I don't really.
Oh my God, you don't like me, Color Genesis? Come on, look. Let's work this out. Look, you know, the Black African Infrastructure Organization. The Black African Infrastructure Organization. Now, your knowledge of the situation from a global geopolitical standpoint is unquestionable. Yeah, very good, very good. So I want to explore the most effective way to unite Black Africa and the Black African Diaspora effectively to counter the white supremacists' global financial ecosystem. And so listening to you, I understand, I get the impression that, you know, the information you have is good, but somehow the Africans are just not getting it. Yeah, they're just not understanding the magnitude of the things that you're saying. If they could just understand it, things would be a lot better, and things would improve. Right. So, what's the best way to approach this? Okay. I've been on a number of African streams, and I'm going to. I'd like to hear what you have to say on these issues, looking at it from the perspective of a Black African infrastructure organization. Now, maybe I shouldn't approach it that way. Okay. Okay. So I'm saying the most effective Black African infrastructure organization would be the creation of a Black entity that has a bit like Interpol. So basically uniting Black Africa and the Black African Diaspora. They unite under an entity that does not interfere with their political views, their local politics. That this entity, a construction of an entity whose sole purpose is to counter the white supremacist financial ecosystem. Does that make sense, what I'm saying to you there?
I mean, in theory, I'm sure that people in the past have thought about that, right? But it's all failed. You know, it's all failed because the simple fact that when the Europeans left Africa, they did not leave Africa. They left their partners in place. And what you see in Africa right now is a continuation of the legacy of relationship of Europeans. Look at perfect example.
Correct.
Look at Asia. Let me finish this. Look at Asia. They had 1955. They had the Bandung Conference, right?
Yeah.
The Bandung Conference was all about basically saying, look, this is a problem. The Europeans came here, right? We didn't love ourselves. We were divided. They colonized us, right? They exploited us and everything. This is what we want. We want Asia for the Asians, right? We wanted as a thing. The Asians had the advantage over Africa in the fact that they had a powerful country like China to the north. They had industrialized, highly industrialized country like Japan, right? And they had South Korea. And also they had a lush country like the Philippines. They had Singapore was a burgeoning state, that was basically the gateway, straddled two oceans, the Indian and the Pacific. And it was basically a logistics center, and a business center for Asia and everything. And so therefore they're saying, something, all the problems that we have in Asia is rooted in race and tribalism and all this stuff like this that Europeans were able to manipulate against each other. So they said, look, what's the problem? We relying too much on Europeans for things like shipping. Okay, we're going to tackle that. We're relying on Europeans too much for markets. We're going to like that. We're relying too much on Europeans for manufactured goods. We're going to tackle that, right? We're relying on Europeans too much for education. We're going to tackle that, right? We're going to make Asia the center. We're going to make trade and business between Asian countries number one priority. If somebody basically is in the Philippines, if somebody wants to trade for another country, we're not going to rely on the Dutch or the French or whatever like that vessels. We're going to build our own shipping. We're going to build our own logistics. We're going to build all this stuff like that around Asia, right? And so they spent the next few decades building that critical infrastructure up where Asians were more doing business. Like you remember something, you had Hong Kong, right? You had Singapore, you had Malaysia, you had all these Asian countries that were powerful, right? And you had a lot, and also what helped a lot of that was the large numbers of Chinese that were in the area. They also helped out.
Carla Genesis, please, for this conversation, right? You've got great knowledge of history and so on, but I want to talk solution now. See what you're talking about. You're talking about the understanding of the situation. So I'm not questioning your knowledge of the previous failures. Yeah, I want to focus now on this conversation and see if we can test solutions. I just want to focus on solutions.
Okay,
the solution to the problem.
I was gonna give it to
you.
Now, the problem is in Africa right now, right?
No, not problem. Solution.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a solution, right? First of all, right, the first thing is Africa has a brain drain. Okay, that's the first thing. When a person
but I know that. That's a problem. I know that. We all know that.
I know that. What I'm saying is this: you cannot have person getting if you're spending all this money on education, right? And you wonder why the country's not growing, right? All your best minds are being siphoned off to Germany, Canada, and all stuff like this, right? How do you make Africa people that have the money, savings, education, everything return to the African continent?
Right. That's the question.
Okay. So,
right. That is the question. Good.
So,
right.
So one is.
So what's the answer to that question that you asked there?
I was watching a video today where these Eritrean Ethiopian associations somewhere in America, I think DC, whatever, they'll ask the young people, would you go to Ethiopia? And most of the kids said no. They said, no, we're not going there because there's more opportunity there. Because the reality is, on the African continent, nobody basically is building the infrastructure by which young people can have a life and have...
Carla Genesis, please, you are talking about the problem. Let's focus on the solutions.
You're making us aware. Black and everybody else, hold on. Greensboro brother Jamal Omar, welcome to the chat, brother. Let me post up the topic and let me know if you have any questions or anything you'd like to share with us.
All right, thanks, brother. Yeah, I'm just listening right now. Let you guys cook. Yeah, it's a good convo. Yeah, I'm gonna let y'all cook though.
I mean, you're
Yes,
on the stream,
yeah.
so I mean, I'm sure you have more than that
Now,
to
as far
say.
as solution, now as far as the African Union is concerned and everything like that, as far as I think people always say, well, how's the black diaspora? The black people in America, right? The diaspora have absolutely no say so. That's our ancestral homeland. But Israel had an observer status, and we don't have an observer status. That's the first thing.
Genesis, please. Genesis. I just listen. I'm listening very carefully to every word you're saying. At the moment, you are talking. You're showing us your knowledge. I'm not questioning your knowledge of the problem. You have a good ability and a good understanding of the problem. But I want to talk about solutions. See, I always find this with black people. They can talk for many hours on problems, but when it comes to solution, it's a lot more difficult.
Are you
yes?
Are you ready to hear the solution? Are you sure you're ready
Pardon?
for this? Are you ready to hear
Don't please just talk solution on this level of conversation, right? We know that there's a problem all over Africa, all over the black Africa and the black African diaspora. At this level, we understand that. We don't need explanations. But let's go into solutions now.
If you really want to hear, like I said, top of the show, Liberia was the original Afrikstan, right? Right now, what you have to do is decide, right? These countries in Africa, where the borders come from, the Berlin Conference, right? The countries absolutely make no sense.
We know that.
We agree with that. All right. That is the problem right there. You got
problem. Look, you've got into problem mode. Keep away from problem mode. Let's talk solution. Problem mode is easy.
You have to go. See, what you're trying to do is say, okay, you got all these countries, right? And a lot of them don't even have any legitimacy with their own people, right? So
I know that.
Okay, so therefore
we all know that.
Okay, so therefore, if these countries right here don't have any legitimacy with the people and whatnot, that's where the problem. That's where we can start solving the problems. You know.
Okay, I got it, Genesis. I'm not questioning your knowledge of the problem. You have a brilliant knowledge of the problem and historical and financial and geopolitical knowledge of the problem. Right? I'm not questioning or challenging your knowledge or wisdom on that. What I'd like to do is that there's four of us here on this panel. Let us talk about solutions, right? Okay, so let's examine solutions. So what solution do you would you like to put on the table? And I will put a solution on the table, and then I'll listen to some other solutions. Go on.
I say the idea of an Afrikstan state, right? By which
hold it there. How do you construct a state? Afrikstan. Afrikstan, how do you construct a state from scratch, in your opinion? Because that's a solution.
This is what we're talking about. You're gonna listen to us, right? Calm down. Now, what we can do, right? Like we're doing now in Ghana, we're gonna do in Liberia and other places, right? Build these territories that are linked with Black America. Right now, there's no African American banks on the African continent. Wouldn't that be a solution?
Okay, can we slow it down? Can we go bit by bit, please? Let's go bit by bit. You just said build. Let's do it slice by slice, please, bit by bit. Right. So the first statement you made there is, see, I'm going to forget if you go too fast. Build areas, or what do you mean? Build
municipalities, right? Municipalities by which the Black people in the diaspora, whoever can live outside.
Yes.
The particular as a host country, whatever like that, all over the African continent, right? Those areas will have their own banks, their own infrastructure, everything like that. So therefore, let me give you an example, right? I said earlier.
No, please, no example unless I ask for one. Hold it. Let's slow down. Build
you missed totally what I was saying. I said Africa is too reliant on Europe minerals, right? You got write that down.
I know that. I know what the problem is.
Now, hold up. Now you understand the problem. What I said, right? Africa has to have its own values to those minerals, right? I'll give you a solution, right? In other words, basically, if you're making have titanium, right? You should have an industry for titanium, right?
Obviously.
Obviously, how come no one's doing it?
Exactly. That's the question, right? So how do you build? How do you said build municipal? I can't pronounce it. Municipalities, yes.
And those municipalities will have industrial zones, and they have other stuff that can process the stuff into. In other words,
okay. So watch this. Okay, I got this.
System, right?
Yeah. Good point. Good point. So how or why is not the municipalities being built on the African continent like you are suggesting? Why hasn't that been done?
Well, let me tell you something, right? The idea was actually hijacked by a goofball named Akon, right? You think he's gonna do what we're talking about? He's up there talking about, niggas need to come after. No one's gonna go to this goofy ass Chinese finance stuff like that. We're talking about building this the stuff Akon talking about for real. In other words, basically build these industrial zones and stuff like that. I already have people on the African continent say that's an excellent idea. Build something like Dubai and all these other things and everything, and then bring people the best mind, not just Black America, but from the diaspora. You got people in Trinidad, everything like that.
Yeah. Okay.
To live on the African continent, right? In zones, right? Therefore, Africa will have an alternative, right? Instead,
I got it. Okay, so
let me finish. Africa will have an alternative, right? Instead of exporting food products to Europe, they will have these new places to sell their products to. I mean, come on, dude.
That's obvious.
That's obvious. So therefore, in other words, until Africa says, you know something, we got all this coastline, we got stuff like that. Dubai is doing it. Do you know in Asia right now, South Korea just built a new $50 billion city?
Yeah, let's not talk about Asia.
Hold on, no, I'm just saying. I'm just using a model of what we're talking about.
Yeah, I got the point.
Asia's solving all this problem.
Brother,
right?
please stop cutting Color Genesis off. He's explaining a presentation, please. Thank you. Go ahead, Color.
Go on.
What I'm saying is this. The models are right there. South Korea, Singapore, all these places are building new cities, right? You know who's going to be in those cities? Young people graduating from college in Vietnam and all those places like that. Instead of them going to Europe and everything, they can go all around Asia, right? They can go all around Asia and take on high-tech jobs and fashion and industry and everything like that. That basically is a solution. Right now, Africa is losing millions and millions of people because there's nothing developed on the continent. So we have to think outside the box. Eco-Atlantic was a good idea, but they weren't thinking in a Pan-African term. The idea that we should build new cities and states, city-states, that's semi-autonomous, right? Is the answer to the conundrum. What do? You got 200 million Black people in the West, already developed people, first world people living in the United States and others like that. Those right there could be a tremendous market for these new cities if Africa builds those cities. And then those countries in Africa will have a customer base right on its own shores. Instead of basically worrying about European trade, stuff like that, you would have look at Dubai, all those countries in the Arab world who are benefiting from having that land present there, So what I'm saying is this, though. You have millions of people that basically were taken through the transatlantic slave trade who are African descent. Millions of people. We have Black institutions in America. Why we don't have a pipeline of logistics to the African continent? The Afrikstan project would solve all those problems, That's my opinion.
Okay. All right. Good. All right. I don't know. Maybe Jamal wants to say something. You want to say something? Jamal Omar?
Hey, brother IC3, I got a few comments for you if you want to just respond.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
They're right there on the screen.
Who is the British Captain Crunch with his fake army? Yeah, so watch this. I'm here speaking to Carla Genesis to examine solutions. Yeah, and I'm a very focused person. All right. So I don't want to talk about me. You can do that on another show or something else, and I'll tell you all about me. But I'm here to talk with Carla Genesis and anybody else about solutions. That's the time I'm focusing on.
It's a quick 1 minute. I'm just going through them real quick. There's only 2 more. That's another one.
Yeah. Go through them. That's okay. All these will be addressed at another time. Yeah, I'm focusing on Carla Genesis now and the Black African Infrastructure Organization.
This is one comment from someone right here.
Yeah, that's okay. So they should be listening focusing on what Carla Genesis is actually saying and on the solution, because that's priority because that's
Let me ask you a
heavy
question.
stuff.
Well, perfect. Carla, let our brother IC3 go ahead with your solutions. And then once you finish IC3, then America First Rifleman, you can join. Our guide IC3, you have the floor. You're live on Pan-Africanism towards nationhood.
Okay,
Our
okay.
goal is to build a global Black business pipeline. Rock
Right,
on.
excellent. So and how to actually do that. So this is how I'm thinking, and then let me know if this fits in with the model of how you're running the show. The model, how I think is that we put a solution on the table, and then we all examine it. Yeah, and then so each of us puts a solution on the table, and then all of us critique the solution, and then we go into another solution. Yeah, so don't get into personal attacks or anything like that. Let's focus on solutions. That's what I'm suggesting would be why I'm here.
Well, perfect, brother. So go ahead and you give us a great example of solutions.
Right. So if you'd like to hear my solution, I'll put my solution on the table, and then all of you can examine that, and I'll listen to your solutions. So my solution is that the way to effectively organize Black Africa and the Black African diaspora is to build or create a Black African entity that is codified in its name and title. So by that I'm saying that blackness, or the word black, or Black identity, has been compromised. So to use the term black in order to organize Black Africa and the Black African diaspora is being compromised, and it's not a good enough identifier. Because what will happen, lots of people in Africa, this is what I go on many forums and find out, they don't want to be identified as Black people, because they're saying we're African and we have our own tribes and so on. So they do not want to accept black identity, because they want to because they see that as too Western. Okay, so they will not accept organization or be part of such an organization. So there's resistance there. Some accept, but there's some resistance. Then there's the term African. Yes, and I'm saying the term African has been compromised as an organizational identity. It doesn't work because people in the West said, okay, we are not African. We are American, or we are Caribbean. We can work with the Africans, but we don't want to be identified as African, right? So the Black and African question is a dance between these two. And like Carla Genesis is doing, he's trying to make a good effort to bring together the Black African infrastructure organization. Yes, that is a solution, but the term black is being compromised because it's politically black. There's all kind of confusion. Everybody's saying, "Oh, we're black as well." And and when I speak to the Africans, they say, "Oh, what exactly is an African?" A lot of Africans, they're saying, "Oh, white people who are born in Africa, or a white person of European descent who has been initiated into an African tribe, they're just as African as everybody else," and they hold that position. So I've ceased from trying to convince Africans to accept blackness in order for the greater good of organization, and I ceased from trying to convince the Americans and the Caribbeans to accept African identity in order for the greater good. And so the solution I'm saying is to use codification for the temporary coalition of Black Africa and the Black African Diaspora, and this specific entity is set up for the sole purpose, for the sole mission, the sole job of countering the white supremacist, racist, financial ecosystem. So this entity is not going to impact on Caribbean values, on Yoruba values, on Somali values, on South African values. It's not going to impact on their cultural values. All it is just like an Interpol. It's an entity created to do a specific task that then can be disbanded after that task has been completed.
Was that it?
That's it.
Before we get right from it, I just want to say, look, you said something about some people agree that white people are average. There's some people agree that they can self-identify as a horse. We gotta accept it. There's some people who think that a man could self-identify as a woman. We gotta accept it. What we're saying right here, this is based on our history, right? We are Black African blood descendants, right? Now, I get the fact that people are Yoruba and stuff like that. We're not talking about them. We're talking about the Africans, and we're talking about people who have the Black African mind. I understand the fact that people are not going to, they want to keep their little culture. That's fine. That's not what the Afrikstan is all about. When we say that somebody be going to the Afrikstan, they be called Afrikstani, whatever. And we say that whatever they were before, because let me give you an example, right? Perfect example. Singapore did it, right? You had all these people. You had Malays, Chinese, and all these other people there, Indians and everything. And Lee Kuan Yew, read his book, right? He said he had to create an idea of Singaporeanness, and it can be done with Black people, right? Because with education over time, right? People will become Afrikstani and say, look, what's our identity? Race. Our unifying thing is race, and I'm not going to compromise from that. And we're not. If somebody wants to say they're African, say whatever they want. But as far as like building an Afrikstan and stuff like that, right? It's for people who are Black African descent, right? Primarily people from the transatlantic slave trade, because we were uprooted from our African continent, right? And basically, we're saying we're going to build a new reality for our people based on race, common heritage, common suffering, and everything. And the Constitution, everything is going to be written for our thing. Now, like I said, if somebody lives in Nairobi, Kenya, he's fine, happy with it. That's fine, and I respect that. Somebody says they're from Burundi and say I'm a Burundi, whatever culture is, I respect that, right? What we're saying is this: the territories that we occupy, right, don't have to be that much, right? And we occupy, right? The symbol, the seal, everything is going to be based on the struggle of it. This is what the problem is. We're going to carry the weight of our ancestors, right? Because right now, no African country, right, has basically taken on the mantle of what happened to our ancestors who are lying on the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean.
Yes,
we are.
We know that.
Hold on. That's what I'm saying. The Afrikstan is going to lobby the world, right, to reject the transatlantic slave trade, whether it be reparations, whether it be anything we're going to do. That's going to be our priority for the people of the transatlantic slave trade who are living in the West, who wants to come back to their homeland and build and everything. They're not going to have to worry about all this other stuff like that. They're going to be in Black. We in America, in the West, we identify as Black. I understand that Nigerians don't do that, right? And Africans don't do that, but we do, right? And the bottom line is this: such a state would be so freaking powerful, so influential, right, that it will be a thing. Now, if you're worried about what Europeans might think, I can understand what you're saying. Oh, Europeans won't accept that. What Negropeans won't accept that. I get that, But we're saying that we're in a situation now in America, Black America, right, where more and more Black people are open to the idea of nationhood and stuff like this. Some people like, this and that and the other thing, but the idea that we could build municipalities and eventually a state that basically in its constitution, in its conception, right, is going to outlaw things like tribalism, outlaw things like colorism, All those things outlaw white supremacy
What?
in the law. You know?
What
In the
are
law.
you saying? Let me see if I understand what you're saying. You're saying you're trying to create a state called Afrikstan, yeah, Afrikstan, and this state will be a place in Africa, yes, certain territory in Africa.
Unoccupied territory. We
Sorry?
already got so many different unoccupied territories that has no people. Africa has
Okay.
Africa
Watch this.
needs-
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Right. So, a place in Africa, Afrikstan. Okay, and the constitution of that place on the continent of Africa outlaws tribalism. Is that correct?
Yes.
Jeez.
It doesn't mean no. Hold on. I don't think you understand. Hold on. I don't think you understand what that means, right? It doesn't mean that you can't be proud of your tribe. Tribalism means that you identify with your tribe other than your nationality, and you try to do things to circumvent the rule of law based on your tribe. In other words, basically, you don't have any allegiance to the state. Your allegiance is the tribe. That's going to be illegal. Plain and simple. That's what's the problem in Nigeria.
So
right
citizens
now.
of Afrikstan, they get an Afrikstan passport. Yes. They get their Afrikstan passport.
Eventually, yes.
Yeah. Okay. And so they'll also be able to keep their other passports, correct?
I don't agree. I don't believe in dual citizenship. No.
So
when the Afrikstan actually gets an independence, right? There's gonna be no more dual citizenship. You can't serve two masters. You're gonna be a citizen of this country right here.
Right, but hold it. Okay, so Afrikstan, right? This particular region in Africa, how will it relate to the rest of Africa?
It's going to basically be a citadel. We're gonna have all kinds of stuff. First of all, we're building the foundation now because the Afrikstan is going to have satellite communities throughout America, throughout Africa. You know, so it's going to be just basically a hub for things. In other words, basically, what we're trying to do is this: we're trying to, in the next decades and everything, we're trying to sever our ties with the United States. So in other words, basically, we're going to be on.
I got it. That's simple. Yeah.
In a prosperous nation, right, that has satellites in Africa and everything, and communities and everything connected globally. So therefore, we don't
watch
need
this
the United States anymore. We only need Europe.
Yeah, I got it. It's simple, right? Okay, so with Afrikstan, based in Africa, and if it succeeds and as it grows, it will amass enough power to separate itself from the United States. That's what you just said.
Exactly.
So, yeah, okay. So, it sounds to me similar to what Gaddafi was doing. Is that correct?
Well,
what
I don't really
Gaddafi was trying to do. Is that correct?
Well, I'm like this. Gaddafi had his things. He had dual allegiance. He was part in the Arab world. He's part of this. This is an Afrikstan. That means basically we're talking about Black African states, right? You're not Black African. You can come there, but you can't be a citizen. You can't be a permanent resident and everything. You could be an investor and everything.
Okay. So Afrikstan is going to have its own currency, correct? Afrikstan
is going
to have its own bank and print its own currency, correct?
Eventually. Right now, what we're trying to do is this. We're trying to build the Afrikstan territory and everything. It might be decades before we ever get to that point. We might ever see that in our lifetime. But we're going to set the stage for the future generations that when they want to declare independence, have their own independent everything. But whatever the local currency is, the regional currency will be like that. We'll be hooked up to the local grid and stuff like that. I already looked at this stuff in places like Angola, where they got plenty of stuff like that. They told me, Angola told me, said, look, you can build this here and you can just be on our power grid. You can be part of our infrastructure and everything like that. That's fine.
Okay. I got it. Yeah. Okay. I got it. So this Afrikstan, which is based in Africa, and then it's going to have supporters of the project based in the Caribbean. So you have some offices in the Caribbean, some offices in America.
Whoever wants to connect with the Afrikstan, They could open a consulate, whatever. We're going to start off basically at building consulate because you only have embassy when you're a declared independent nation. We could easily,
That's right.
a territory could have councils. We could have consuls operating in the host country's embassy.
Right. Right.
So we could be doing government under supervision of the host country. You know,
good.
The host country will benefit because we're bringing in logistics. We're bringing in. We're going to be consumers of their product. We're going to buy the electricity. We're going to buy all our stuff from them and everything like that. So it'll be a win-win situation until such time where we grow the host country and say, look, it's time for
very
us.
good, very good. All right, very good, very good.
It's civilized. Okay. That's civilized.
Yeah. Okay, very good, very good. Okay, right, very good. Okay, I understand the model now. I can see how you intend to work that. So now, what, as part of the project, what are the methods that you are using or will be using to counter sabotage from the white supremacists? Because obviously,
but one thing, I don't agree with the white man's Thanos, right? I think a lot
of
times black people put that in, and they a lot of 90% of stuff you see happen to black people because we're not doing our due diligence, we're not intelligent, we're not something like that, and we're not serious, you know. So the white man comes in and see the white man's side. No, you were fucking up with the money and everything to begin with, you know. So you use the white man as a scapegoat all the time, you know. The white man's not Thanos, you know. He's not Thanos. He can't just snap the Infinity Gauntlet and whatever like this. The bottom line, the white man is no threat to us and everything like that, because I know how to deal with them. You know, people never had a person like me.
Okay, I got it. Okay, I got it. Okay, so how about the other African entities on the continent? How will you deal with how they perceive this new Afrikstan? Because you know, like Liberia, when it was set up, the local people were abused, yes, and there was tension between Liberia as a project and the overriding of the local people. So this appears to be another kind of Liberia. So please explain.
People have this perception about Liberia. It was like this. People say that, right? But Liberia, right, was the only country in Africa where the local people to this day still control all their land. There's no Afrikaners, there's no Europeans in Liberia. Liberia is the only country in Africa where there's no white farmers, there's no white settlement, there's no white monuments, nothing. It's a black state. So a lot of times they created this myth that, there was tension. Of course, there's tension with black people wherever you go. You know, if you go to any country in Africa, right, even so-called people that came from America, there was tensions against them. People who came from the upriver, right, background, right, and people came from free background, there was tensions between them. There was tensions in it, but they worked it out. Just like there was tensions between Liberians and the Grebos, the Vais, and everything like that. There's always tension when you deal with black people. So let's not make it silly. But when you look at it, Liberia had 133 years of peace in the country, you know? And most of the conflict in Liberia was between the indigenous people among themselves, you know? For the most part, Liberia, the indigenous people, right, saved the republic, right? When the French were encroaching on Liberia, it was a powerful mono tribe who sided with Liberia and basically raised the Liberian flag and fought the French. And because of that, we still have a republic to this day. And I tell my mono people, when I go to Liberia, I'm going to pay homage to the mono tribe, because had they not did that, right, the French would have marched all the way to Monrovia. And so therefore, they don't tell that part of Liberian history. The people in Liberia said, look, these French are freaking guillotining us, to kill us, everything. We signed the treaty. We part of Liberia. We're part of they don't tell that part of Liberian history. That most of the indigenous people love their country. They love Liberia. They love found everything. The stuff you hear on the internet is not the real Liberia. I know Liberians. They said, man, thank God ancestors came here.
Hey, Kyler, can I hop in there for a second, brother?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I listen, I get it. You know, I understand in the black race, we like to do the identity Olympics, right? You know, so if a brother's saying he's Jamaican, Haitian, Black American, you know, that's not denying that you're of African descent, you know, because, you know, those things coexist. You can be both, you know, they're nationalities, and you're Black and you're African descent, you know. So I don't want to think that, I mean, even in Africa, you got places like Tanzania, Rwanda, South Africa, you know, they use the term Black, you know, so let's not reinvent the wheel. But I will say this: when we talk about Africa, we talk about 50, 53, 54 nations, right? Listen, when we talk about Europe, right? We only talking about four or five countries: the UK, Belgium, Germany, maybe the Netherlands, right? We ain't talking about a whole of Europe, right? So I think we have to start for a solution. We have to start at maybe two or three countries. You know, it's like sports. Once you get that one championship, right? You get that Black Japan, now you get the next one, right? Then from that, it's like a trickle down effect, you know. So this whole thing of we got to do the whole of Africa, I think we have to get out of that mind frame. Let's focus on two, three countries as a starting point. You know, I think that's very important. And when Kyle's talking about Afrikstan, right? Think of places like Monaco, right? Monaco is sitting right dab in the middle of France, right on the shore there, right? And a lot of things that do French policies, but they have their own independent nation state within France, right? The Constitution, I think, believe was 1911 and stuff like that. So these things can happen. Listen, it's plenty of land in Africa. Let's think in abundance. That's what I noticed. You know, we think, you know, if we set up an Afrikstan, it's taken from another group or another ethnic group. When that's not the case. Africa is underpopulated.
Right.
You know? So I just want to land there and go ahead, brother.
Angola has only 30 million people, right? It's 4 times the size of Nigeria. It's Zambia, the western part of Zambia. They're trying to bring African Americans into Baroksi land. I'm kind of on that city because it's a conflict territory, you know. And Zambia is like, yo, man, they're trying to build city states and they're welcoming African Americans to come, you know. And so Zambia, and you look at Zambia, is 3 times the size of Nigeria, and so like they got whole swaths of territory in Angola that would have no developed, no nothing, and no anything, right? And Angola has many abandoned cities and port cities and everything that's underused and everything. And so they tell me, hey, if you guys want to build here and build towns and everything like that, you know, you be welcome because we'll have a tax base and then we have consumers because they know they're going to benefit from this. You know, we'll buy their products, we'll buy their goods and services and everything like that. So the host country is going to benefit greatly from this project of an Afrikstan, you know, and we're doing it in Ghana, we're going to do it in Liberia, and we're going to do it in Angola, Zambia, whoever else lets us build, you know, and that's going to be the thing of the Pan-African world. If you're not doing that right now, to me, you're not a real Pan-African. So real Pan-African building. And it's not saying everybody has to go, but we want to send the best and brightest over. We want to send the engineers. We want to send people over to the continent that can build and that can do stuff like that. And that'll be the future of the Black race because right now we got people in America, right? America, I don't know what the future of America is going to hold. Bringing all these illegals here. America's in decline with China on the rise and everything like that. So the idea of an Afrikstan, the idea of building new territories, because I've seen it happen all over the world. They're building smart cities all over the world, you know?
Okay. So, Kyla, what do you think of this then?
Can I say something, Mr. RC3? You've kind of dominated the conversation.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
Yeah. My first solution to you, Mr. RC3, and this is not a personal attack, so you know we've already talked before on other channels.
Yeah, I know.
So my solution to you is to get the discombobulated light-skinned heads and the black heads and the white heads and the mannequin heads I'm talking about and your little chain and stuff. Just do away with that, brother. I still don't understand why an African would want to put chains on himself. But anyway, look, this is why I mess with Kala and introducing me to brothers like Bomani and stuff like that. Look, Kala Genesis is just following in the long tradition of Black people that are different from each other, diverse Africans working with each other and making a success story. You know, fits and starts, whatever, but he's pulled out literally several examples of Black people working together and having successes. And what they're doing is important. He's trying to get the software right. You know what I'm saying? We got the hardware. We just need to get the software right. That's why they need to keep these live streams going because look, what he's talking about, it's happened in Europe. How many Eastern European cities were built by Germans, built by people like that, and they built up these cities because they were very productive Europeans at the time compared to other Europeans on the European continent. And now, who's enjoying these cities? Eastern European, other Europeans. You get what I'm saying? So, like, I'm not saying this is what you're doing, but the way you're asking the questions, just to me, it sounds like you just want to get an answer and be like, aha, that's a fantasy. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's kind of how your question it is. Not saying you are, but I'm just saying that's how. At the end of the day, already a blueprint. He's already showed examples of what works. So that's why, like, me as an individual African, I'm getting my stuff right. I'm going to the continent. You know, I'm getting my skills in America. I'm getting them here, and I'm bringing them to the continent. And that's all I'm gonna roll with Africans that are about some stuff, and that's it. I'm trying not to complicate it for me personally, but like I said, that's why I listen to these live streams about building instead of, you know, and yes, I go back and forth with folks and, you know, I get the infotainment, but at the end of the day, I have a personal goal that I'm going to reach, but that's going to be with me working with Black people. So I understand there obviously there's going to be scholar wars, you know, and a lot of a discussion about what needs to be done with people that, but at the end of the day, I just don't understand. But other folks, when they get on collar for like, oh, you trying to act like you're the best blacks and you want to take over the continent and all that, and it's just like, no, he's literally following a blueprint that's worked already, you know. And sometimes obviously Black people have dropped the ball, and other times there was European. But at the end of the day, what College Genesis said, 90% of the time, like, we got to take responsibility. Like, Black folks were dropping the ball, and the European came, pulled the okey doke on us, and that's it.
Right.
You know, and we have to just be vigilant and make sure it doesn't happen again. So the last thing I'm gonna say is, look, just just work within just join the productive tribe. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's all I'm saying. Join the productive tribe. The people that are going either on the continent or going to the continent. There's already Black American, other people shedding their quote unquote nationalism and their tribalism, and they're saying there's Black people here, there's this community, I'm gonna build. That's it. There's already people building. There's people on YouTube and other platforms that are Black from the diaspora that are already building and doing successful stuff. Yes, there's scammers, but there's also success stories, and just follow those. The scammers are gonna get found out. They always get found out. So when people are like, oh, they scamming, it always falls apart. You know what I'm saying? And people who aren't scamming, they keep expanding. They keep getting more power outcomes. So
okay,
and that's the thing, right? For white, because we throw out Liberia, right? But you can't blame Liberia for the 5 coups in 10 years in Mali, right? You can't blame Liberia for the Rwanda genocide, right? You can't blame the Liberia for, you know, what's going on in northern Nigeria and in the southeast corridor of Nigeria and all these different in Somalia, you know. So the Liberia, that's just a thing they throw out there. It's called defeatism. You know, you look at that one off, right? Oh, Liberia didn't work, so nothing else can work. You know, I think we have to give this stuff a chance. But go ahead, brother.
Yeah, that's just like, you know, parts of Liberia have already been built. College just put out the presidential palace. They're saying, you know what I'm saying? From other parts of Liberia that were destroyed during the war, people are trying to rebuild. And we need to race there. Do the Libyans, and not Libyans, but the Lebanese, and outdo the other races of people that want to go there for opportunity. It's on us to do that. 50 whatever years, we can't be like, oh, the Lebanese president, oh, the Lebanese white supremacists got us, when we literally had 50, 20, 100 years to go over and build. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I get it, Mr. IC3. Like, I just, like, brother, I just want you for yourself and just go to Africa. That's it. I'm not trying to tell you to, like, oh, do this, drop everything you're doing, but just take that stuff off for, you know, for a little bit, and just take a week to vacation in Africa. That's all I'm saying. Do that. You know what I'm saying? That's being productive. That's doing something. So
Yeah.
I don't
Okay.
know.
Color Genesis.
Rant.
Okay. Good. Color Genesis.
Right.
From the model that you were explaining, the picture I'm getting in my mind is that that land base or space within Africa as a central hub for the Black African infrastructure organization. Are you seeking to purchase some land and then build it
Well,
there?
it's like I said, we have this all mapped out. I've been working on this for years, right? Decades, right?
Yeah.
When you talk about, let me take a prototype country, like let's say, I'm gonna talk about two countries, right? Liberia and Angola, right? In Liberia, we don't necessarily have to build any sort of separate land or whatever like that. You know, you just build communities and everything, and it's going to be populated. What we build is going to be both for Liberians and Black American diasporas living together. Okay, that's the same thing in Ghana. Everything. So people ask that we don't want to isolate them. We're not trying to isolate ourselves from the local people. We're going to be integrated. People understand what integration means, right? People, integration and assimilation are two different things. Okay.
Oh, please don't go there. Just answer the question because you're starting to drift, and I'm losing it. Right. So remember the first question I asked you.
Hold on.
Right.
I'm gonna respond to a question in the chat room.
Yeah.
You know,
please answer the actual question, then expound afterwards.
Well, you got to say it again. But before I do that, I'm gonna respond to the question. Right. When we talk about integration, right, with people, right, integration comes through education and it overtakes the time, right, out of which a new people will emerge, right? For example, Liberian history, right? If you look at Liberians, right, the African Americans and Caribbeans that went to Liberia, right? They and you get my brother, and we're gonna have him on the show, Anthony Barclay Moore. He's from Barbados, but he's Liberian, right? But when you look, here's him talk. He talks like he still retains some of his Barbados accent and stuff like that, right? But he's a Black nationalist and everything like that, and he was part of the Congo people, whatever like that. He settled in Crooksville. You know, that was a settlement from people from Barbados and everything. But when you live in a country, right? You know, especially Liberia. When I went to Liberia and I went up country and everything, upriver, and I said, okay, this is where the Gola people and everything. You cannot tell who's from the United States, Caribbean, and who's from local. The culture over time have been amalgamated into one thing. The foods, everything is all combined into one entity.
Yeah. Okay, I'm not asking for all that. I'm just see. I've forgotten. Please don't do any extra. I'll ask you if I need. I want to get a good understanding. So that for the Black African Infrastructure Organization, from what you just said, I understand that you will not be. It's more an educational thing. It's not that you will be setting up an embassy. It's not that you'll be going to the Liberian government and say, look, we are the Black African Infrastructure Organization, and we would like to purchase a building for our embassy and some area within Liberia, and we'd like to operate from that center. Is that the model?
Well, it's like this. Well, I have a lot of BAIO members in Liberia already, you know, and they got property, they got farms, they got all stuff like that. We already got members in Liberia, you know. So it's like when Liberians join, they're like, it's just one more Black organization they know about, you know. So Liberia is a little different, you know.
Right. Right. So it's an organization. So because I'm trying to look at what you're saying to what the model I'm working on is that we have to build a state first. Yeah, but the way you're looking at it, I think I know you disagree. But I'm trying to understand your solution in contrast to the solution I'm working on, and then see what we can learn from each other.
Let me put it to you like this, right? Did you study the history of the United States?
Yeah, please don't talk about the history of the United States now. Please, let's focus on this.
This is very important, right? Okay.
People,
hold up. Listen to this, bro. You might learn something. When people went out west, right?
I don't want to learn history of the United States. I'm here to talk about the Black African Infrastructure Organization and the future. I don't want to hear about American history.
You're trying to make the BAO as something that it's not. We're not going to.
Yeah, well, tell me what it is. I'm not interested in America. Tell me what it is.
Let me talk. You're trying to trying to move the goalposts.
You're telling me about America. I'm not talking about America.
Hold on. Let me. If you calm down for 1 second, let me explain to you. I said this 1,000 times, right? Our goal is to first by going to the every countries, right? Building people, have people in the country and everything like that, and getting acclimated to the country, right? Like a country like Liberia, just perfectly, you just buy a house, whatever like that, because it's a small country. Same thing with Ghana. We're building communities, everything. Those communities become have their own ecosystem and everything like that, you know. And so we come to like places like Jagazi and Ghana and places like that. You know, you're in
communities have their own ecosystem. What do you mean by that? I mean, you're going to go. The Black African Infrastructure Organization is going to go into Liberia and have its own ecosystem.
Hold on. I think you're being disingenuous. You're not trying to hear what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but you're going too fast. Slow down. What do you mean by have their own ecosystem?
Hold on, Mister. I'm gonna jump off. I'm just gonna give you a warning, Mr. IC3. He's I've been in a lot of panels with this man. Good luck. That's all I'm gonna say, Colin. Good luck.
I've been on panels with him too. He's frustrated, man.
Exactly.
Hey, can I hop in there for a second? Just for a quick second. Listen, man. Look, when we say the BAIO, right, setting up a nation state in Africa, right? We're not saying all 45 million or all 40 million Caribbeans have to go, right? It's kind of similar to how Israel is. Hold on, Ice. It's like how Israel, right? It's more Israeli Jews, right? It's more Jews in Brooklyn, New York, than it is in Tel Aviv, right? So we're not saying everybody have to go, but what we want to do is have 1 foot in the United States, 1 foot in Jamaica, Kingston, and another foot on the continent. That's all we're saying. Okay.
Right,
Go ahead.
Good. Okay, that's good. Okay. Okay. So, yes, that model is good. So let's explore the transition from the Black African Infrastructure Organization into a black state or Afrikstan. Yes. Let's talk a bit about that. Tell me about that. How is this organization, as Brother Jamal just explained, transform itself into a state? Have you thought about that?
Yeah, of course I've thought about everything.
Okay, go on then.
I've thought about before. Okay, now as far as like a state, right? It would have to be a place where it's, the area is unoccupied, right? And also, it can't transfer from America to there. We have to basically have logistics on the continent. Right now, currently, we don't. You know, we need our own logistics in countries like Ghana, Liberia, and stuff like that, right, to transfer. Also, we need diplomatic channels to other countries through countries like Liberia and Ghana. Right now, we can't go to China and everybody say, look, we're trying to expand here and everything like that. But over time, we will have those diplomatic channels with countries that can give us aid and support and everything in countries that we want to eventually go to. Now, what we're trying to build is the prototype communities, right, that we could transfer and duplicate to this place we eventually want to build a nation state.
Right. Okay.
Not gonna happen overnight.
Yeah. Okay.
And Monaco and Singapore is like kind of like models. If you wanted to take those examples of sovereign city states that eventually became sovereign. They became sovereign at the end of the day.
Hong Kong is only 700 square miles. It's like one of the 8th largest economy in the world.
Facts.
Right.
So Singapore has a GDP as higher than Nigeria. It's only 4 million people.
Yes. Okay. So yeah, right. So, have you decided, or do you hope sometime in the future to decide on the actual location, and then how you'll speak?
We're looking at several. Our members look at several locations, everything, been to the continent and stuff like that. We have areas looked at that we a perfect idea of where Afrikstan.
And those areas are they internationally recognized as areas where nobody else owns those areas?
That's something, right? The areas we're looking at, right? There's almost no people there, right? So we build communities there. Naturally,
no, not about the number of people. I'm saying, does internationally, does the United Nations recognize that space?
We don't care about the United Nations, you know, because right now, hold up right now, because you see, I don't care about the World Trade Organization and all these, but they have not answered the African American question in the West, right? So what do we care about what they think? Let me give you an example. We got Amazonia and Cameroon's trying to become they're getting slaughtered every day. English speaking Cameroon, they're trying to declare their independence, right? Nobody's giving them any support and everything. So nobody cares about Africa, what it does and everything like that. So we don't really care what the United Nations think, you know? It's going to be between us and the host country. The host country says we can build our communities there and everything like that. They know if we're concentrating in an area that we're going to populate that, become the majority, then one day we might say, hey, we want to get independence, you know?
Right. Okay.
That might not happen. It might take war. It might take later, but we'll let the future generations decide that, you know. But we're going to start the ball, you know. That's
Right. Okay. Yes. Okay. Very good. Okay. Right. So I like the model actually. It fits in with the model I'm working on. The only difference I think is that whilst you are planning from the ground upwards, building the communities and the societies internationally as a global entity, then you're planning to get in good favor with a host nation within Africa, and then start building the land from there. Okay, that's good. So I'm working on the other end. I'm working on targeting and neutralizing the system of white supremacy in order to liberate and free up people to be able to do what you're trying to do. Yeah. So what you're trying to do, and ignore the West, and then if it comes down to a fight at some critical point, then we're gonna have to fight. I'm starting at the other end by saying, okay, by countering the white supremacists in the infrastructure, the global infrastructure.
Why do we keep bringing up white supremacists? You know.
This is it. Yeah, what you're saying, your model is that you're just ignoring them, and then you're just getting on with what you're doing.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's your model. My model, in contrast, is that the financial ecosystem has to be addressed directly in order to liberate, for you to get the freedom to do what you're going to do.
Well, I'm like this, right? Right now, my partner, Mr. Rosenthal, just built the bullion bank of Congo, and he basically on his way to Uganda right now to build a gold bullion bank thing, and we have a sovereign wealth fund, okay? And so, therefore, not only that, the two countries that's interested in this idea say basically, yes, we can build these city states. What we have to do in America, only thing that's holding us back is we have to create the really thrust. We have to have enough people that want to go, and so to do that, right, we have to show success in Ghana, and we have to show success in Liberia and places like that we're building communities. And then you could justify them saying, okay, we're going to basically help you build these city states and territories when people are going. But when you got black people in the West and everything, and we're not talking about African Americans, right? We're talking about people who've been living in the UK for generations, right? And living up in London. People have been living in Canada. People living in all these places right there. People have education, knowledge. This is a place that you from the diaspora can come and live and become part of a new society, just like the Jews, right? Jews come from all different backgrounds and everything, but they all called Israelis. Once they come to Israel, they become Israelis. You know, it's different than Israeli and Jew, right? So we're saying the same sort of model. People basically, you'll come as an African American and end up an Afrikstani. You know, over a generation, your kids will be born in the country. They'll have a new identity, and through our education system, we'll like that. That's what we're talking about. You know.
Okay. Good. All right. So watch this. So let's talk about finance and banking as it applies to the Black African Infrastructure Organization. So this bullion bank, because I'm of the impression that there are no black banks. there are black people in banks, but behind every bank, there's the underwriters are the white supremacists.
Well, you say,
Yeah.
well, it's like that. It's when you talk bank, you talk money. Money doesn't see any color or anything like that. You know, we have cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency right now is not underwritten by anybody, and you can use
Okay.
cryptocurrency to buy anything you want to in the world. But it's a whole monetary system that's outside the white supremacist system. You know.
Yeah. Okay. But let's leave the crypto for a
But
bit.
hold on.
Let's
But
talk
you
about
gotta ask me a
the
question.
gold bullion.
You know what I'm saying? The gold bullion basically has nothing to do with the West because the gold bullion is stored in our own banks and everything like that. And we hedge against the gold bullion and fund infrastructure projects.
Wow.
We're doing it in Congo. Yes, we're doing Congo.
You actually achieved that.
Yes. You know what I'm saying? There's people doing stuff, man. Go back to listen to the show, we had Mr. Rosenthal on. He was right in the Congo. He showed us one show. He was in the DR Congo. He showed us outside when not. And I called him.
Mr. Rosenthal, was he a black man?
Yeah, of course he's a black man. He opened the first black bank in Mississippi. He's a banker.
Oh, very good.
He's one of our partners.
Right. This is good.
Yeah, I roll with real people, bro. You know, I roll with real people that's doing real things. You know, now
Right.
my
Excellent.
We have engineers, we got scientists, we got everything, you know.
So okay, good. So how does Mr. Rosenthal, how come they haven't attacked Mr. Rosenthal like they attacked
You know why?
the
Because
Gaddafi?
he's not on YouTube. Rosenthal's 77 years old. He basically he's a world famous guy when he travels the world. When he's in which world? Let me Bomani, I'm gonna send you a picture. You know, and you can put this on the show and show him what we're talking about. I'm gonna send you a picture, Bomani. You know. I gotta talk. I'm gonna send
This sounds very impressive. This sounds very impressive, because if you sorted out the finances and banking,
everything
because
about
that's
this
serious.
mission is
That's high level, because white supremacy is manifest through the financial ecosystem, and that's how that's how tight the prison is. So if you've got a way of got around that, I mean, that's it. You're ready to go. You're ready to go.
We're not worried about no stupid ass white supremacists. They're freaking.
Whoa, you're ready to go.
We don't give a damn about no white people, man. You know, they can go to
Okay.
hell for. You know, nothing. This is God ordained. Nothing's gonna stop this. You know, nothing's gonna stop this. Nobody can stop this. Nobody's gonna stop this. And the bottom line, this mission is gonna be done. And we're just taking. The thing is, we have what we call delayed gratification. You know,
Yeah.
delayed gratification. That means basically. Hey, Bomani, I sent you a picture. Will you put that up on the screen from your WhatsApp? Is everybody on YouTube? Everybody talking a bunch of nonsense. They don't know a man like Mr. Rosenthal. This guy, he says, I was the one who introduced him to Africa like 12 years ago. He was going to Korea and all these other places. I introduced him to a lot of people in Africa. They knew me and stuff like that, you know. And he's been to the continent like dozens of times and everything like that. This guy is a jet set, 77 years old, and this guy got the energy of a teenager, you know. Hey, Bomani, there? Bomani.
Yes, brother. What's happening?
Can you put that picture up I just sent you
Which one?
on WhatsApp?
Right. All right, let me get this rolling. Where you are, baby. Let me try this again.
All right. That's Mr. Rosenthal being welcome to Go Rosenthal Group Bullion Bank of Africa, being welcome to the Congo. Basically established a gold bullion bank. They're just putting gold and stacking them, in Congo. TRG, the Rosenthal Group. Land of your ancestors be favorable to you. Basically, every time he goes someplace, he introduces the idea of Afrikstan. They're like, man, bring it on. Y'all, if y'all can build your own city, come here, man. We got plenty of land, even in the Congo.
So the Rosenthal Group PLC, he owns the whole group, or is he just a chairman, or what's it? He's a director.
It's a conglomerate of several different groups. There's construction companies, and there's engineering companies. There's all kinds of under his banner, the Rosenthal Group. Robert Rosenthal. I was just talking to him yesterday. He's on his way to Uganda. He got a special visa, like I got the one in Liberia, special visa. A business visa. I got the same one I got in Liberia. He got one to Uganda. Special visa. So he's friends with Museveni.
I'm trying to look him up here because he's crucial to your plan. Rosenthal Group Limited. Have you got a link to his to that group's website?
Well, I can't really do it tonight. I'll try to have him on before he leaves and everything like that. I really want to get back.
So I'll do some research. Just put it in the side chat.
I don't have it right now. Just Google him, see if you can find it. TRG, the Rosenthal Group.
Sorry, like TRG,
the Rosenthal Group.
Yeah, I've put in the Rosenthal Group PLC, and I've got
TRG.
PLC.
No, it's a Rosenthal Group LLC.
LLC. Rosenthal Group LLC. They're based in the UK.
A lot of stuff you're not going to find on the internet because he doesn't do a lot of stuff on the internet. He's not on Facebook. He's not on YouTube and none of that stuff like that. That's how he's able to get stuff.
Is it Rosenthal Financial Group LLC?
Well, that might be some other group. I don't know if that's connected with it. I have no idea. I don't know about his website, stuff like that. Because I don't need a website. I can call him anytime I want to. I've been also in the Rosenthal. Look at the Ning site. There's a Rosenthal Group in the Ning site.
The what site?
In the Ning site, the social network that I let you in.
Put the link in the side chat.
You already have. You joined the social network and everything. I gave you a membership. You just go in there, look in the groups. There's a Rosenthal Group is in there.
Oh right. Oh okay. So this financial Rosenthal Group is a group of black people that have come together.
There's blacks, there's Koreans, there's all kinds. There's people from Dubai. It's a whole different conglomerate.
Oh my God! So there's non-black people in this Rosenthal Group, correct?
Look, I'm not gonna go. No, yes, there's black people in there in the group. His son.
And, but there's non-black. Wait, let's slow down. There's non-black people.
Obviously, you don't know business. When you do real business like that,
I'm not criticizing. I want clarification.
Oh, it's not black. Of course. If you do banking or anything on a high level, you're going to deal with non-black people. Were you nuts? Of course, there's people of stuff like this. But the bottom line, these people understand money and stuff like that. The objective of the Rosenthal Group is to build Africa. That's the end goal. So whatever we have to deal with the Chinese, we have to deal with the Koreans, South Koreans, whoever the hell we got to deal with. Does that make it clear?
And everybody in that group is trying to build Africa, correct?
They're trying to make money. We're trying to build Africa. It's called a partnership.
Oh, right. Okay.
When you do business, that's how it's done. We have a thing. Those people aren't interested in building Africa. Rosenthal is.
Right. Yes. Good. That makes sense. Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Anybody come in here build Africa? That's what we're trying. Also, my other partner Celeste, she's from Angola. Okay. She's
right. Yeah.
Angola.
Okay.
The partner, she's the head of the Natural Resource Bank. They might have a website called NatraBank. Natural Resource Mineral Bank. You could probably find that online, on YouTube or something like that. The Natural.
How do you spell that? How do you spell it?
Just
type it. Just type it. Don't stop the talking. Just type it. Just type it in the side chat. Put the link in the side chat.
I'm not doing anything, man. You want to know? You look.
All right, then. All right, spell it out for me. I want to research because this sounds fantastic. It sounds great. If you got the finances sorted out, this Black African Infrastructure Organization is going to fly. I mean, it's brilliant. Once you've got that financial, because that's where you can be sabotaged by the white supremacists indirectly. But if you got that, if it sounds the way you're describing, that sounds brilliant. That's brilliant. So what's the name of that organization you got there? The other one? Let me type it in there.
The NatraBank, the Natural Resource.
How do you spell it?
NATRA Bank. NatraBank.
NATARA
Bank.
Okay. NatraBank Limited. Is it? Is it Natara Bank Limited?
I don't know if you got the right one, but it's Angola. Just put Angola in.
Okay, Natara Bank.
No, Natra.
Angola.
Natra. NATARA Bank, Angola.
NATARA Bank, Angola.
Hey, Bomani, I want to finish going over those pictures, man. So we're getting sidetracked here. So we can close out.
Yeah, okay. All right, then, I can't find any information about that bank.
Okay. It's probably
it doesn't exist, apparently.
It did exist, man. It's probably just not online right now,
Right. So it's going to get online at some time in the future, you reckon?
I don't know. You're probably putting it in wrong or something like that. But if you must, let me see.
Natara, I can't find any of these financial organizations that you're talking about, which makes me very suspicious that they're going to set you up and mess you up. If you don't sort out that money, they're going to mess up the Black African Infrastructure Organization. You got to be careful, especially if there's non-black people.
I got it under control, bro.
Security's got to be tight.
Okay.
Security's got to be tight, Carla Genesis, or else you're going to be setting yourself up for trouble. So let me help you out give me some information, and I'll do some research into these financial organizations, because that's the foundation of this project. And if you've got non-black people in there, you got to find out how exactly they are in there, what their position is, what their power is, because you can get to a certain level and then they sabotage everything and mess you up.
Brother, I want to know how we can get some reparations so we can get this project off the ground.
Oh yeah, well, that's right. Come to me, you see, because if you come onto our project, I bet you that we'll get this off the ground quicker. But let's explore Carla Genesis version, and then if we find any flaws in that, then we can try my version, and then we'll bring in everything that you're doing will fit in very beautifully with what we're doing. Either way it goes, we'll get there.
Yeah, whatever. Can you mute yourself? I'm getting ready to go back onto our show and everything. You want to know about the Rosenthal group and everything? Wait till he comes on the show. You can ask him all the questions you want to.
No. We don't need all that. We don't need that. We just need to research information.
I don't need you to be certain about anything, man. I
Yeah,
got
but otherwise it sounds dodgy. Otherwise the whole thing sounds dodgy.
Okay,
Financially dodgy.
But believe what you want to believe, okay? I'm not worried about what you believe, what you think, you know? All right, so this is President Tubman. Yeah, did you this is the next one, next picture? This is
Yes,
President
brother. Yes, absolutely.
1950s and whatnot. He was the 18th president of Liberia. Okay, 18th president of Liberia. Guy was like this was a man who built modern Liberia, modern Africa. You know, all the leaders that you see in post-World War II, post-colonial came to Tubman for diplomatic counsel. A lot of countries that were newly independent, that were seeking independence, didn't know anything about how to run an embassy, diplomatic protocol. Or they came to Liberia for study. You know, Kenneth Kaunda, Nelson Mandela, Patrice Lumumba, Kwame Nkrumah. All these leaders from African independence came to Tubman in Liberia to learn about how diplomacy works and protocol and stuff like that, you know. And so this is the way they learn. Next slide, brother. This is just over Roberts Port. This is what we're going to look at Nana's Beach right there. That's and Roberts Port. You know, beautiful land, beautiful thing. All right, next picture. Made in Liberia series, right? We started this back in 2013, right? We're going to do this to showcase products made in Liberia. You know, so it's going to be a brand. We're going to make this a brand, made in Liberia, called Liberia Next Series. You know, made in Liberia. You know, all the products made in Liberia is going to, you know, we're going to, you know, showcase Liberian products made. And so we're going to start this organization soon in Liberia. Go ahead, next thing. This is a thing I wrote about the Association of Africans for Liberia, Association of African Americans for Liberia. This is our chart, 2013 charter. What we want to do, and we've already seeded all the goals and benchmarks and connecting Black America to Liberia, right? And it's been an astounding success. Now more African Americans and Liberians are linking up on business and some of everything. You know, some of everything that's going on as far as like Black America and Liberia. HBCUs are connecting with Liberia and stuff like that. So it's a process. Next photo, brother. You can skip one. Okay, yeah. Association of African American Liberia. I created this group back in go ahead. I created this group back in 2012. It's 11 years old right now. 2012. Me and my friend Amel Sestak, we created this group on Facebook. It's on the Ning site too. Association of African Americans of Liberia. It's brought African Americans of Liberia together, you know, for on a common heritage and stuff like that, a common history. Before this, there was nobody knew about Liberia. Nobody knew about the country. They didn't understand the importance of it and everything like that. So the majority of people in this organization are actually Liberians. You know, so people say, oh, the indigenous people, Liberia, Native people, they love us. You know, they love us to death, you know. And so, like I said, I've been working with this thing for years. Go ahead, brother. Next slide. This is Stephen Allen Benson, the second president of Liberia. When you see paintings of him, when they try to paint him like he was white, this guy was a brilliant statesman. You know, he was from Virginia, I believe. No, I think he was North Carolina, Virginia. I can't remember which country where he's from, but he spoke fluent Bassa. And this guy basically was instrumental in bringing Grand Bassa and the Bassa land into Liberia and everything. He married a Bassa woman, right? And he adopted many Bassa children. And he was a real happy man. You know, second president of Liberia, Stephen Allen Benson. Go ahead, next brother. This is the Ducor Hotel. It was Africa's first 5-star hotel, completed in 1965. Okay, it's an international hotel, right? Nina Simone played there. Muhammad Ali stayed there. You know, and this was a host made Liberia the attraction of the world. It overlooks the Atlantic Ocean. In fact, in the early 70s, on game shows in America, right? the Duke Corps gave out black contestant prizes. Oh, you're gonna stay a week at the Duke Corps Hotel, you know, in Monrovia, Liberia. Liberia was busting into the tourist industry in the late 60s, early 70s, and you got a lot of high-profile black people from America and beyond went there. It was the first 5-star hotel on the African continent. And next slide, brother. Okay, this is a picture of Ashman Street. No, this is Broad Street in Liberia. Right there, this photo was taken in the 1950s, right? You see the Centennial is still there in Monrovia. In the far corner with the red roof is the College of West Africa, right there. And you see right there on top where the mountain is, this is before the Duke Corps Hotel. This is called Snapper Hill. This was before the Duke Corps was built. Okay, so this is pre-Duke Corps. If a later picture comes, you'll see the Duke Corps Hotel overlooking the city and overlooking the ocean. So this is before the Duke Corps Hotel was built, like 10 years before the Duke Corps Hotel was built. Look how beautiful the scene looks. You know, the people are peaceful, cars driving, paved roads and everything like that. This is the heart of Monrovia. Go ahead, brother. Next slide. This is in Maryland, Liberia. This is in Harper. The theater right there is called the Ritz Theater right there. This is pictures taken in the 1960s. It was a famous movie theater and everything like that, where the latest movies were played and everything. And people would go there on their day off one night and enjoy a night out with popcorn, hot dogs, and stuff like that, living in comfort. And above the street is the grand African Methodist Episcopal Church right there in the far, right there. And so this was just the ordinary town life in Harper, the capital of Maryland, in Liberia. All right, next, brother. This is the old Duke Corps, you know, built like, I think in like the turn of the century, you know. This is the old Duke Corps Palace Hotel, you know. And the new Duke Corps, look at the stone masonry. That's built by Liberian Masons, you know, the Freemasonries. Look at the stone building and everything. Beautiful architecture. That was the old Duke Corps, called the old Duke Corps Hotel. It's still there. I drove by it a couple of times. I saw it. Okay, this was the first executive mansion. This was Joseph Jacob Roberts' home right next to it. And this was the old presidential executive mansion. Matter of fact, I think he built it for himself, but he used it as a president and he gave it to the government for future presidents. So that was an old executive mansion of Liberia, the first one. It's still there. You know, it's used as a museum now. It's a museum now. It's where the Liberian Museum is at. This is a picture of the Liberian Senate right there around the turn of the century, but I think 1905. And these men are Liberian legislators, you know, taking a photo. Go ahead, brother. This is College of Monrovia, the College of Liberian College faculty. I think faculty and some students right there. This is the first or the second major college built in West Africa. The first one was Foray Bay College in Sierra Leone. And so this is Liberia College right there. This is a group of pioneers of Liberia on their way to Liberia in New York City, about to board a ship going to Liberia. So this is what we had going to Liberia. You know, they were on their way to Liberia to become new citizens of the Republic. This photo was taken like around 1890. You got it, brother. Next. This is basically a schoolhouse, a mission schoolhouse. You see some of the native people and a teacher and looks like a native teacher and some of the students sitting there and stuff like that, you know. All right, next picture, brother. This is the Caesar family at Caesar's Beach. The beautiful Caesar family, you know. William Caesar. I stayed at the. I was at the Caesar's Beach Palace. There's a whole lagoon of mansions in the back, and the beachfront is where parties and everything were held and everything. It's a beautiful place, you know, or in a lagoon, you know, a private residence where the whole Caesar clan lived. This is a man named Africanus McGill, one of the McGill family clan. The McGill family clan. His father was R. Ford McGill. He was one of the first black doctors in the world, and him and his family started a group called the Merchant Princes. They were some of the wealthiest men in the world at the time, and they founded the Chesapeake Liberia Trading Company. They would trade goods back and forth between the Chesapeake region and Baltimore and places like that, particularly to Maryland County and everything. The McGill clan. Go ahead, brother. This is John Spreeving. He was a president that took over after E.J. Roy was assassinated in office. He was a Gullah Geechee. He came from Charleston, South Carolina. Look at the look on this guy's face. This guy looked like he was playing games. You know, he was from Charleston. He was born in Charleston, South Carolina. I think he was born in slavery. But he became president. He was E.J. Roy's vice president. And he took over and served out the rest of his term as president. Next picture, brother. This is John Hanson. This is John Hanson people think that founded America. In the 70s, this is the real John Hanson, you know. He was a Liberian senator. He came to the United States in 1862 to get Lincoln to finance black people going to Liberia. He was there during the Civil War. He was meeting with Lincoln during the Civil War. And he wanted funding for his plan to bring African Americans, former slaves, to Liberia. Lincoln was assassinated, you know. So that's the real John Hanson. Go ahead, brother. That's Roosevelt's picture. Is there any more? I think that's it.
That's it, brother man. That is all of them. And Mr. IT3 got nothing but comments for you, so rock on.
I don't, like I said, you want to talk about stuff, this nonsense about things. You want to talk about Rosenthal, I don't put Rosenthal stuff out in the public and everything. I find Rosenthal a natural bank. I expect I was in danger of being scammed. Oh, look, dude, shut up, you know. Natara Bank. I said natural bank, moron, you know. I'm being scammed. You know, okay, I'm being scammed. You know, let me put a picture of the Gold Bullion Bank up in Angola. Let me put that up. Let me show him what I'm talking about. I'm being scammed, you know. Let's see.
Yes, brother. Appreciate you breaking it down. So, family, please post any questions you have before we close. And this is the link to join, so you can connect and talk with us and see if you can debate color genesis. Many have tried, all have failed.
They always fail. They know what I'm talking about. That's why. All right. Look. All right. I'll put the link to the bank they just built in Congo. The Congo.
There you go, brother. Post it away.
I'll put the link in the chat room so I find it. Hold on.
So IC3 is not ready for you.
Oh, the scam. This guy's been scammed his whole freaking life. You know?
Yeah, was he trying to convince you or himself the whole time?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I worry about you being scammed and all stuff like that. Shut up, you know. Somehow my the chat room is not showing up.
Make it work, brother man. Make it work. Post away, and I'll.
Okay, there's a Facebook group right there. You want to know, and then we get some more stuff for this guy. You know, he wants to go. You know.
Like the last guy said with IC3, he said, "Good luck to you." So is this what these folks do? Go around different channels?
Yeah, what's it called? He's always sitting in Angola. In the Congo. They're greeting him right there in front of the gold bullion bank they just built. Right. Welcome to Angola. Oh, but you're being scammed or not, you know. If I'm being scammed, I'd rather be scammed by somebody like Mr. Rosenthal than any of these goofballs. He's gonna come up with some reparations bullshit. Here's Mr. Rosenthal. Let's send you a picture. Meeting with right. I got the matter of fact. If he went to the friggin' Ning site, which I gave him, right? I let him remember. He got all Rosenthal's information right there. I got it right there in the website. You know, this is what I'm talking about. You build a website. You got all the information in there. You got the Rosenthal group in there. It's comb through the blogs and everything. You can find all the information you want to know. But I got to sit here on the show. We're talking about Liberia, and he's asking me all these elementary questions.
Got a question for you.
Okay, how dare Carl speak about English gentlemen? Yeah, that's a thing. When people sit in the UK, they think they know everything. You know, well, how did that Garvey Town work with those black Brits for you, Bomani? You know,
That was one of the worst nightmares ever.
Yeah, I thought the British know what they're talking about. You know, the British.
These guys were literally British village idiots.
Yeah, right. That's what you
Trying
get.
to run a black organization, trying to think that they run all other black people, and everybody else got to bow down to them. That didn't work.
Look, let me tell you something. The British may be running shit in the world, right? But you black British don't run shit. You know, simple as that. You know.
Oh, there you go.
Do you have a link to the stream where Representative Roland Group is on? Go look in his archives. You know, look in the archives. Go in the thing. Don't take too long. You're lazy. Bomani has all the videos right there in his things. It says Mr. Rosenthal. When I even have Mr. Rosenthal picture up there, he got 2 videos, Mr. Rosenthal on there. You know, they want you to hold their hand and guide them through everything. You really want to know about stuff like that? You can research. We got the stuff all documented.
Got another one for you incoming.
Oh.
So
2017 when the Bank of Angola was opened up. That was a joyous day, brother. Joyous day. You know. Let's see. This man opened the first black bank in the state of Mississippi. Mr. Robert Rosenthal. This is you. You can't play. Can you play stuff from Facebook?
Depends on what it is.
Okay.
You can send it to me and I'll see what I can do.
Okay. Okay. I just sent you something. Okay.
People,
Who you got? White people and other non. Yeah, stupid motherfuckers. Yeah, we get. In the future, man, we're gonna have partners that that can get stuff done. None of you dusty, crusty Negroes call yourself diasporas can bring anything to the table. So we're partnering with people that can get shit done.
I see 3 Black is coming for you. He is coming for you, Kala. He's infiltrating your camp. Man, why do people try to frustrate you, man?
Yeah, what gets me is all the stuff he's asking for is right there on the goddamn name site. Everything's in there. But we think I got a social network for my health. Everything, Bomani, everything that he knows about Bomani is on his websites. If people took time to freaking read the shit, people don't like black people like to read.
Get him color. So, family, who wants to join us? It is getting late.
Oh, Mr. Rosenthal just sent me a message. I don't know if he's listening or what. Wow, he just sent me a message. Mr. Rosenthal just sent me a message about
Mr. Rosenthal don't have time for this guy. 1,000,001 questions.
Yeah, seriously, he's trying to set me up good in Liberia, man. He just sent me some information. He just sent me. This guy's always got my back.
Check it out. Look at this. Look.
Okay, let's see. Hey, I'm gonna ask him, can you do a show Saturday? Can you do a
Saturday
show?
is good.
Saturday.
Because after these marathon, I need a vacation. Yes, family. So we're here tonight.
Hopefully we have him on Saturday. And then we'll have him on the show. The IC3 won't show up. He's out at the strip club somewhere in the UK. Chasing them white girls and whatnot. I'm gonna make you an African too.
There you go. He's gonna explain our code to her.
Yeah, he's gonna explain the code, the African code. See, if you're African, you identify with Africa, you can be on there. Hilarious, man. Hilarious. Yeah, I read his IC3 thing, man. I couldn't get it, man. He gave me this chart he sent me and whatnot. I was like, I have like the periodic table of elements or something, like C4, G this and I this and move this. I'm like, what the shit? What the hell? All that means is adds up to BULHIT. Bullshit. Hey, you get that thing I sent you on Facebook? Can you play that?
All right, let me get it worked out. I got you.
I'm trying to find this one, man. If I find this one, so shut him up, man. I gotta do a better job of putting all the stuff on the links. I'm gonna hire somebody one day because it's so frustrating uploading stuff and everything,
Okay, so what you sent me is a picture, a video.
The videos, there's a bunch of pictures and videos.
This is a mess. What you sent me.
That's all I had at the moment. I didn't know it was gonna be.
Yeah, I don't know what I can do with this. All right, let me try. See what I can do. It says one image. All right, so let me do this. All right. That's not gonna work. do this.
Matter of fact, hey, Bomani, I'm gonna give you something from the Ning site. I'm gonna do that. But I'm gonna give you something from the Ning site. You know.
I mean, I got the stuff right there.
Okay. I'm gonna give you that too, but I got an article right there on the damn Ning site if you ever went to it, right? So we're gonna scroll through it. We're gonna scroll through it.
All right, there you go. So
that's from 70 Gold Bullion Bank. Just where the money. This is where the money goes to: construction, infrastructure.
that was the last of the pictures.
Okay, pull up. I just sent you another one. Wow, it's right there on the social network, right? Now, this article about I was telling about how Dr. Mark Arcana got introduced to the idea of Wakanda City. She got actually to the idea because Rosenthal met her in when he left Angola to Zimbabwe. Keep scrolling down. She basically met him and he told her about the idea. And so she started calling him Wakanda. That was like in 2018. Hey, scroll down, Bomani. There's Rosenthal with Dr. Arikana and one of his Korean partners. There's Rosenthal with Robert Mugabe. There's Rosenthal at the opening of the Natural Bank. You see it right there, IC3? The Natural Bank of Angola. That's a natural resource bank. They monetize every sort of mineral known to mankind, you know, and monetize it. So we were supposed to build the Afrikstan start. We were supposed to start this like 5 years ago. But Celeste got caught up in the last government with Dos Santos, and she went to jail for a year. When all the time she was in jail for a year, her handlers were in contact with me and Rosenthal. And when she got out, she called me on Christmas Day, 2019. She called me on Christmas Day. I said, Celeste, that was the best Christmas present I had. So, yeah, Kala, I hope you still want to build a city. Yeah, yes. So, I mean, for the last 5 years, that's what I've been working on. Dr. Arikana, that's what he told her about the Afrikstan, and she started calling it Wakanda. Yeah, we're going to build a Wakanda. And she had a proposal for a city and a state with Zambia and Zimbabwe on the Victoria Falls, you know. Oh la la, who is it? He must be a Nigerian. Africa, go find something better to buy. Oh la la, he or she, I don't know. We get these haters, you know. And all these haters that hate us, there's nothing you're gonna do to stop us, you know. You can't do anything to stop us. So just either go away or just you can't beat them, join us, you know.
Yes, Kala, well said, well detailed, well laid out. Appreciate you breaking it down, brother. So we're coming up on 3:30. So any
Yeah,
final thoughts? Do you want to present just more? Would you like somebody else to join you?
It's who else? I don't want to talk to IC3 anymore. Anybody else on there? I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear him. I didn't want to hear him tonight. Didn't I tell you I didn't want anybody on my nerves? Like I want to talk about Liberia. I want to have a good mood. You know. You know, I don't want to hear about more of his goofy ass fucking suggestions and whatnot. You know. Yeah, I'm smoking crack. Yeah, it's a crack pipe right here. I laid it out, everything we do. And just like I said, just not one thing. Is when you get the land, right, and you basically got people like that, the finance and all that will freaking come, you know.
I mean, where do you get these fucking? Excuse my language. Where do you get these? Where do you get these trolls and haters at this? I mean, I mean, these people like literally obsessed with you. Like, I mean, this guy have nothing better nicer to say.
Yeah, why don't you say something nice? Say hello, Kala. You know, say hello, Kala. How you doing? You know?
And this other one right here. I mean, English. I mean, you can tell us, dude is like a 40-year-old illiterate bastard that just.
Yeah. The village, the villages come out at night. Remember, freaks come out at night. The villages come out at night. The villages.
And he's probably living in his mother's basement. Living in his mother's basement.
He lives in a hut, the back hut. You know. He lives in a hut, not even the main hut, the hut on the far property, and whatnot. You know.
Oh la la! What kind of joke that is? Man, these folks love you, man. They just hear you all the time, and they just like they hear one word you say, and then they lose their mind. I mean, people have to learn to listen to analysis and conversations.
Yeah, I had this one lady back in the days, in the days, and she was like, I was debating when I said something, and she came on a thing like, Kala, you are a friggin' what they call me? They call me a friggin' cancer. They say you're a virus. You're a cancer. You know, you need to be stopped. You know, Kala, you're the worst thing to happen to the black race. I've been told that too, man. You know, you're the worst thing that ever happened, man. You know, you are the worst, Kala. You know, I'm like, hey, you know, and I really feel sorry for you, Kala.
A lot of people say a lot of things, but they still can't debate your facts and your analysis and your research.
Yeah. The best one is, Kala. I really feel sorry for you. You know, I really feel sorry for you. Kala. I haven't heard this all for years, man. And my teachers in school knew I was a problem, man. What the hell, You know what I'm saying? Why stop now?
I got a hot one coming in. Oh no, I got a few more for you, Kala. These folks just love you. But first of all, well said, brother. The next one, oh la la.
You fucked up Liberia. Well, we didn't fuck it up. You stupid, ignorant motherfuckers destroyed Liberia. We showed you how Liberia was once beautiful. Airline, Ducor Hotel. And you guys, because we didn't let you guys shit on the fucking streets and fuck it up, build your mud huts on Main Street. You think we can fuck it up, you know? You guys like that. We're coming to fucking build Africa. Africa needs us, you know? Our continent. Building
the African continent will not progress independently without the force of our people connected.
Without us.
And look at this right here. I got him right here. I knew he was gonna sneak this in.
Form of income. Look, dude, man.
Brother, this is the reparation sneak, like the quarterback sneak.
Everybody talking about reparations. Reparations is never in a meeting unless you got force. Until you develop a nuclear bomb or submarine or something like that, the white man's looking at you like you ain't getting no reparations. When are they gonna give you reparations out of the goodness of their heart? That's what happens when you live in the UK too much. You think these people love you? They're gonna do the right thing, give you reparations. Yo, how about reparations? How about you guys bum rush the gold vaults of the Queen of England and take back some of that gold that's sitting in British vaults? Why don't y'all do that? Y'all sitting up in the friggin' UK under the comfort of the white man talking about reparations. Are you kidding me? You can't tell me you're serious. You live in the worst country in the world, the most racist country that did all kinds of shit to the world, stole everything from Africa and whatnot, you know, and you're living in comfort in that country. You telling me you're serious about racism or reparations. Reparations ain't gonna come until Africa. You know, and that's what the Afrikstan one day is gonna do. You know, we're gonna force reparations, you know.
Well, it seems like he has all of the answers, so maybe we should follow him.
Oh yeah. We're gonna turn it into a begging show. We need, you know, I'm not hurting for money. But money, you hurting for money?
Not really, but I can always use a reparation payday for investment.
Yeah, but that's not gonna happen. So we're gonna do it our own way. We got $1 trillion come through our hands every year. And we can get just like 10% of that, we're fine. The bottom line is, just check this out about the Afrikstan. This is why we have to have our own municipal centers. Imagine have our own municipal centers, our own banks, everything like that, right? And we could funnel money to the African continent, you know? But we're not gonna funnel our money to Ghanaian banks. No, that's not gonna happen. We're not gonna put our money into Ghanaian trusts and investments so they can steal and loot and whatnot. We're gonna have our own infrastructure where we can set up our own financial system for our own trusts, our own savings, on everything, you know?
That's the people of Ghana is not gonna like what you just said, or even if you said about Nigeria.
Bottom line, I'm against any African Americans putting their hard-earned 401k with a home equity. We African Americans have billions and billions of dollars worth of equity in their homes and everything. Why would I want to help these countries? We're gonna help build an Afrikstan. We're gonna be able to take out loans on our houses that we have here and build properties over there. You know, we're gonna start with Liberia and Ghana. You know, we're gonna have people, mortgage companies on everything. You know, we're gonna have everything. We need our own infrastructure, our own financial infrastructure. Now, right now, we don't need a hard infrastructure right now just to get started. All we need is soft infrastructure. We need our own banks, our own insurance companies, you know, our own warehouses, our own logistics and everything, you know, our own shipping companies and everything like that. Our own communications, our own like UPS and stuff like that, you know. There's all these things are turnkey. Once we start building on the content and everything, we have our own banks, our own restaurants, our own commerce and everything like that. Shit'll fall right. All the stuff will fall right into place. We don't even have to fucking think about it. And then once we basically do that for a decade or so, then it's time to freaking start thinking about long term. When more and more people start coming to the continent, right? Knowing they can go to the continent and get wealthy and bring their savings or retire and stuff like that. You know, we got millions of people retiring every year, baby boomers, right? But they got no real retirement. They're not even going to places like Mexico and Belize. We want to get some of that retirement dollars into our territories, you know? That's why I say let's not waste our money like that. Let's build our own communities when that, so we can get that money circulating with us. You know, that's what the goal is, and the host country will benefit, right? Who do you think we're buying all our goods and services? We buy supermarkets, right? Where do you think we're gonna get our produce and everything from? The local economy. That's a win-win situation. If you say, look, I got $20,000 for you. I need this, boom, 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 boom. Or we need lumber, you know, lumber factories or not. We need this timber right here. We're going to be bringing cash to the continent, you know, hard cash to buy goods and services. That's integration right there. When you're doing business together, right, and fellowshipping on a business level, that's how you integrate. That's how California's built. I tried to tell him about Missouri and everything like that, right? People, why I got him off the line, right? Let me tell you what I was talking about. People who first settled Texas, what did they need? They needed settlers, right? They made land cheap and everything. And the banks were giving people loans for cattle, ranching, and stuff like this. So people went out west and sought their fortune. Some went, some made it, some didn't. You know, it's going to be the same thing with the Afrikstan. You know, there's going to be things set up where people can go in the ranching. Look at how Australia was settled. You know, White Australia Project. They had people that would go into Australia, right? Settle in Australia, doctors and everything, going to Australia on a cruise ship, eating fine dining, right? He said when they got to Australia, right, they took they saw the land they was going to get and everything, and then they got loans to settle on land. Next thing you know, this doctor, I saw this one doctor, right, he had his farm, his cattle ranch, everything. Their descendants are still there to this day. And basically he said, you know, they hit the ground running. After about a month, they were ready to start farming everything. And he was a doctor at the same time. Same model as Liberia. I think they modeled after Liberia. Because most Liberians, the African Americans came to Liberia, had some sort of professional trade, and they farmed at the same time, you know? So we can do the same freaking thing. You know, people will come over, they're going to be screened. You got to be able to do something. You know, we need you for this, we need you this, technical, and you can be placed. Not just anybody just going to Ghana. I don't like what I see in Ghana. You got people, too many people going over there with no skills, no money, nothing to contribute. Whatever we build in Africa, we're going to be contributing to the local. Imagine we build our medical system. The local people are going to benefit from everything we build. We build schools, hospitals, universities, tech schools, everything. That's going to be connected with our institutions back here. So don't tell me this is not a good idea. It's a perfect idea. The continent will benefit and we'll benefit. We'll have some sort of autonomy and everything like that. We'll have some sort of power over our lives for the first time in 500 years. I'm not waiting on a reparations check for that shit. The lazy people waiting for a reparations check. Reparations is not the best option. Reparations, that means if you want me to write a reparations check, you're telling me wait for the next 500 years because it's never going to happen. If black people were in a position to demand reparations, I would say so. We're not in no position to demand no reparations. Every black person outside of Africa, for the most part, is fucking weak. There's no black military and everything. You know, black people don't even have a good terrorist group. You know, the white people wish they could basically cite reparations to Arabs and make the terrorists, Boko Haram and Al Shabaab and something like that go away. You know, but we don't even have a damn terrorist group. Yeah, we don't even have a fucking terrorist group. Where's our fucking hijackers? What are you gonna do? You can't bring them to the table because they have nothing to fear from you. Talk about reparations. That reparations is only something you talk on social media. You don't hear it in the mainstream media. You don't hear it in black newspapers. Anything. There's something Negroes talk about on social media. And they want us wrapped up in this nonsense. I'm not going to freaking legitimize that shit. Can't do it. I've heard everything I need to hear, you know? I heard everything I need to hear in life, you know? I heard it all. And it all goes back to land infrastructure nationhood, you know? Land infrastructure nationhood. The end game is in Afrikstan. Everything we do is towards that Afrikstan. Every degree we get, everything we do is for the Afrikstan, the end game. Infrastructure. What are you building or developing? Hey, Bomani, for the Olala, can you show him your the Jazi community again? Can you put that up?
Yes, brother, man.
He asked a question. We're building. Olala, right? If you want to know what we're building right here, stick around for a second.
Even better yet, there you go, brother. Right here on this YouTube channel that you're looking at right there. This is the list of all the videos that we're dealing with. And I'm building from the ground up.
Can you play one of the videos of the Jagazi community and everything like that? You know, she said what we're building and everything.
Sure, let me. There you go. So this is Jahadzi. Whole stream of videos. So this is one of the homes in our community, and that's what you're looking at. So plot number 21, the first family on this wonderful community. And so once you have your land family, you can come on inside, plant your trees, set your driveway, put up your solar system, Get your, grow some more things. Palm trees, coconut trees, banana trees, cactus plant, fruits and vegetables in the back. This is beautiful. You get some gravel system. Yeah, and that's what I'm telling everyone, that the lot you get from us is a nice big lot to where you can build your, and if you decide to build 2 floors, you have more space. One plot, it tricks people. I tell people there's one plot, 80 by 100. They're just big. Even when we showed some of the other plots, it's just, it's big. Vast land, family. So you step out of your home and all you see is this beautiful green paradise. And once we start planting more fruit trees, like this big mango tree that's here, once we start planting some more trees, you're gonna see a tropical paradise flourish from the ground up. So Brother Zebo, I'm just trying to let people know that this is just one lot.
Yeah.
80 by 100, and this is what you could do with it. I'm trying to let people know if you wanted to build your driveway right there.
Right.
So he asked, well, what are we building?
Yeah, and the main thing I'm telling people is that everything that I'm talking about, there's relative videos, pictures, documentation, and we can only go through those things so much.
They're too lazy.
I mean, we have this is a presentation about something else, but we just try to do an introduction about the things we're dealing with, and Kala has laid out the website for you, and I've laid out the website for you. So once again, I'll post it right up here on the screen quickly. So yes, and you can always join us, family. That's the link right there before we close. I'm sure Kala has went over everything a few times. You got your troll right here. What do you say right here?
Okay, okay. Building and developing Africa. No, we're building a community, right? It's not our responsibility to build a whole damn continent. Take your lazy ass home and build something. He said, what are you building? We showed you what we're building, right? Everything's a journey of 1,000 miles begins the first step. Negroes don't even want to take the first step.
Educated brother, this is the first step right here. I thought we have some more intelligent people to make some great comments in reference to that beautiful presentation you did, brother. Unfortunately, nothing.
Yeah, people saying, something, how could I get involved? All the black man does is say how I could put doubt and everything like that. I'm up for scrutiny and everything. But that's our race. Other races of people, man, they get in where they fit in. They try to build. Oh, this is what I'm working on. Let's see if we can work together and everything like that. For example, I used to do CD auto. I'm gonna start getting into that. I've been spending a lot of time on YouTube, right? and Sim City and stuff like that. And you're in there with people, young people who are designing the next cities. And sometimes somebody will say, you know, something that's a good idea, man. And they get a multi-million-dollar contract to build an architect, some architect will basically buy their ideas and stuff like that. How the BAIO was built. Where are the black architects and people who think like this, who do this in their spare time, you know? How come there's no black people on City Engine and City AutoCAD designing cities and everything like that, you know, putting ideas together that maybe one day a country in Africa will say, you know, something that's a good idea. I would love to put together the City AutoCAD or a city, what's it called, for Ghana and Liberia, and start doing 3D graphics for the futuristic cities and stuff like that. That should be what people should be doing. But what Asian kids and the white kids and Arab kids, that's what they're doing with their spare time and their hobbies, you know? What are black people doing? They're playing PlayStation, Xbox, you know, and doing stupid shit, you know? So the BAIO, when people say, how does this guy? Yeah, because I'm one of those guys that think on that level. So people come in here, I want to ask you this question. I want to ask you this question. Dude, I've been studying this for years, decades. I've been schooled in infrastructure science when I was in my 20s with the Charlotte Science Institute. What infrastructure is. I don't believe in this climate change nonsense, you know, and all the stuff like that they're putting out there. I believe in infrastructure. Infrastructure is how black race is going to come up, you know, and people don't want to get involved with that. They want to think everything else but what it takes to build infrastructure. It takes infrastructure. We need to create our own tax base. You know, we can finance our own self, whatnot, and sustain ourselves. You know, right now, our labor, everything, our labor, our consumption, everything belongs to another race. We're not free. We're slaves. We're taxed. They dump on us. They dump their garbage on us, you know, the products and everything. We consume everything. Even right now, we're on YouTube, right? We should have our own goddamn platform, you know, that we could disseminate information. Everything, we're so dependent on the white man, you know. People can't see that, see that. You know, Facebook, YouTube. I created a social network site that we could all fellowship on. We could do everything you want on your Facebook, on the Ning site that we have and everything. But people would still put all that every information on the white man's site when that so is monetized. My site is not monetized enough. You can post whatever you want. You can message. You can build. But people ain't interested in building. They like being entertained. You know, that's why some people got 500 people watching them right now, and some people only got like a few dozen, like us. But people ain't serious about building anything. That's why I don't take anybody seriously. You know, anybody questions, I don't take you seriously. When people start coming to the Ning site and contributing and building, showing me that you got intelligence and everything like that, you got work ethic, then I'll take you seriously. You know? So I got time for that.
Family, the line is open. Come on in and join Color Genesis.
Ola says, go prove yourself in Nigeria. Now, why would I do that? You know? Why would
As a matter of fact, you have a few comments. I'll just post it for you real quick.
Okay, bunch of morons, children of the master liar and deceiver. Go where you belong, hell. Go prove yourself in Nigeria. Woo, that was a strong comment. You know, the white. I guess the queen that you crying over. This fool was probably the guy that was he says Franco all over again. Fake Pan African. What was it? Oh, I guess he was a Ghanaian. He's probably one of the ones that murdered those sisters. Fake Pan-Africanism, you know? What's Pan-Africanism? You come and shitting on us and taking from us, robbing us and everything, doing all sorts of, we just sit there, yes, Mr. African brother, you can do whatever you want. Yo, this ain't the Search for Uhuru show, you know? This is not that type of party, you know? Everything we do is about mutual respect and understanding, you know? I'm African-American. I ain't changing for nobody. Go build your own platform, tag the coattails of white supremacists they love to hate. Go build your own platform, hypocrites, you know? Where's their African platform? You guys don't have, you know why a lot of people don't get on from Africa, bro? They can't even afford data. The data, you know? they can't afford enough data to watch a show like this. You know, that's why the black people in the West are dominating the discussion. You know, you can't get like how many people call in from the continent, brother?
Zero.
That's us as an African American, right? Who got a little bit of money for the data, you know? So you saw that guy from Ghana the other night. They kept going out, no sound, no nothing, you know? You gonna tell us get on platform? Get out of here, you know?
Serious, man. That's the problem we're facing. Yes, family, we're live. We're live. Join the party. Yes, brother. No interesting comments.
People bore me. It's like there's no opposition to the BAIO. Like what Jamal said, the BAIO is ahead of his time. Was ahead of his time. This idea of land infrastructure nation and Afrikstan is in building global infrastructure, global banking system, global trade based on blackness, you know, doesn't exist right now. Doesn't exist. That's what we try to build. And we're going to be the prototype because the people that's going to have first dibs on everything in the Afrikstan is going to be black Africans, you know? And that's how we do it. No other country does that. You go to any country in Africa, right now, you got Brazzaville and Kinshasa right across the river from each other. Almost no trade. A trading region that could link up like at least 40 million people, right? No trade. Both are the same people, but divided by French and Belgian borders and everything. You can't even go across and whatnot, you know, and do trade and normal stuff. They're still going by borders the Europeans gave them. You know, this is sort of mentality we can't rely on for our future. That's why the Afrikstan is so important.
Yeah, this guy must be from one of those obsessed channels. Keep coming for you.
It said you are fools ripping off YouTube, begging for handouts. You cannot get any more food stamps. Like I said, look, I hope for Donald Trump, but he can't deport me. I'm a U.S. citizen, fool. You know, I didn't know ripping people off, begging for handouts. Hey, look, have we ever asked for a dime? Have I ever asked for a dime? He's taking all his shit out on me.
Not at all.
Have I ever asked for any money? You know?
No.
I got plenty of money in the bank, knock on wood. You know, I got plenty of money in the bank. You know, I'm on my way to Liberia next month, you know. I'm gonna spend a lot of money in the motherland when I'm there. You know, so I don't need anybody. I don't need anybody's thing. I'm trying to give Kaizo. You know, I tried to send Kaizo some money, right? And he's like, he has some goofy ass Cash App. Cash App is supposed to be a $, right, in your name, right? He had some long, drawn out X's and O's. I said, what the fuck is that, man? I want to send you some money, you know? And I said, dude, man, it's supposed to be your name. $, Kaizo Empire. Make it like that.
Yeah, that would just discourage me from sending them anything.
I'm like, dude, man, come on. I wouldn't trust that shit, you know? He said, this is a link to send me money if you want to send money, Carl. I couldn't do it, bro. I want to save some money. He says he can't, YouTube won't let him have super chats. You know, I said, dude, man, you got to get your Cash App up. Everybody else's Cash App is a $+ plus thing. And I like to support Kaizo. I like the work he's doing, you know? You know, I like to support that brother, but, you know, you got to get your shit together. And then PayPal, you know, what's all this what's your PayPal name? What it should be is the email address, I think. That's all. Nothing else, you know? I guess that's how they do it overseas, you know? I don't know.
Never make it difficult for people to send you money.
Never make it simple. Make it simple. Kaizo could be making a lot of money, you know, if he had a shit set up where we could send the money. I love to send that brother money because, you know, I think he's a channel worthwhile. You know, I see people. I don't agree with everything he says, but he just seems like a smart guy, and I like some of the conversation he talks about. You know, so Kaizo got to get his shit together. And I'll tell other people, you know, hey, go with this guy Kaizo Empire. Send him some money, man. Support that brother. We're gonna be doing that in the future, man. People that support us, talk about things we want to talk about, we're gonna support them. You know, it's time to start closing rank here.
Well, brother, wonderful show, wonderful information. It looked like everybody has gone to sleep.
Yeah, I hope I didn't bore anybody. You know, you like those pictures I put up, right?
Oh, beautiful pictures. Yeah, I'm sure they were all tired before they went to sleep.
Yeah, when people go watch a broadcast, that's why sometimes we only did 4 hours. Yeah, that's probably enough, right? So people don't go through the whole thing. Sometimes people skim through the show and see what the highlights are. You know, when those 6 hour shows, 7 hour shows is just too much for everybody. You know, you know, you know. Now, what is this clown saying? He's saying, in tonight's entertainment episode, Baga Baga Boo Man on the side, good for him. What the hell? End of tonight's entertainment episode, you know? I would love for Ooh La La to click on the link and come on, you know? Come on. Tell us how you feel. You know, come on. You know what we're going to have too, bro? We're going to have the Hate Collar Show, you know? The Hate Collar Show, where you get to say whatever you want to the college answers, and I won't say a word. Say how you really feel. We're going to do a show like that. Maybe we do it Friday. The Hate Collar Hotline, you know? You know, if you hate the college Genesis, right? Tell us why, you know? It's a hate collar show. What do you think, Bomani?
Great topic. Great topic.
It's the hate collar Genesis show. Seriously, the teacher kid's right. Glad the boo man is shutting his mouth now. Perhaps his son spoke to him. Oops. What the hell is he talking about? I guess he's talking about you.
He's a village idiot who literally
Liberian Connection is
don't know
developing a
any.
resort in Brewerville. My woman is from Brewerville. I gotta know about that. That's where I'll be at for the most part, Brewerville. That's where my wife was born, Brewerville. That's right where Hotel Africa is. I'm all for Liberians. I love the fact that Liberians are saving their money, and learning shit, going back to Liberia, building that shit. You know, I'm proud of that shit. They go ahead, saving their money, taking their pension funds, and buying houses, building resorts, and everything. I don't see that nowhere in Africa, to tell you the truth. You know, I don't see nowhere. I'm proud of Liberians, man. You know, Liberians are like our first cousins. All right. So, does anybody else want to say anything? Want to end this, brother? Oh, we got 3 more minutes to 4 hours.
Now that family, thank you for joining us.
But wait till the 4 hour mark.
Let me share with you some wonderful photos.
Like, not you, the last picture. Well, the money. Today's Marcus Garvey. But mine is 2023 Marcus Garvey. Amani Bay, hello. Thanks for joining us. Dope Halo Crackerville built, developed by Kala No Genesis. That's a good one, man. Our family, man, our fans, man, they love us, Bomani, you know?
Yeah, some of them are just sick and obsessed. Sick and obsessed, serious business. That's what we're gonna do right here. That's it right there, Colin. Coonville, the perfect town for all sellouts and race traders.
Yeah, I wish I could round them up and put them in their own town.
Yes, family. Just another wonderful energy.
Little Bomani.
Yes, family, out there in tropical paradise, enjoying the beauty around the world. So you should think about getting out your basement and just enjoying paradise, enjoying the known world, and understand that YouTube is information, but it's not the world. Come out and enjoy the journey of a lifetime. Put some of them black dollars in some black hands.
You know what I'm saying? Cut us a check, man. You know, I want reparations, man. Buy one of Bomani's tours, man. That's your reparations. That's reparations, right? Let's start paying ourselves reparations, you know? Support a black-owned business, you know? Shouldn't that be a reparations movement, brother? Let's
Yes, man. It should be all about black cooperative economics.
Charity begins at home. You want to talk about reparations? Let's give reparations to each other, you know? Start supporting black-owned businesses, you know?
There you go, Carla. Break it down, Carla. That sounds like a final analysis.
Charity begins at home, you know? Let's start supporting black-owned businesses, you know? Giving our black dollars to black businesses, you know? Let's buy shit and invest in black countries, you know? That's how we do it, you know? There's little money I'm sending to Liberia. My people on the ground is making an impact, you know? You know, it's making an impact, you know? Stuff we're going to do in Liberia and stuff like that, we're changing. So basically, for the long term, man, investments and stuff like that, you know? And like I said, man, the future, when this goes on and more people, the masses start joining this movement and everything like that, you're going to see a revolution. You know, when that happens, we got to have demand first. Once we build this and everybody say, wow, man, I can work on the continent. You know, another thing that's going to really do this right, when we get the right people to convince American and foreign industries to build in our areas we're trying to build in Africa, that's going to bring people to the continent. The only thing really holding black people back from America is the jobs and infrastructure. You solve that problem, black people will return to Africa in droves. Enjoy yourself from your OnlyFans. You got an OnlyFans account? What? You on OnlyFans? Okay. Now I understand. You know, we're stealing your audience from your OnlyFans. Okay. By the way, do you know where are the racing to? The original black people do not belong to any. What? What did I just read, Bomani? Oh, I guess he's one of those everybody's black, whatnot. You know, even the Indians, everybody's black and whatnot. You know, everybody's black.
They just come on and talk. They need to focus on listening, brother.
I saw a video I sent you the other day. I sent you yesterday about they asked this Hispanic cop, right? Do you hate black people? You know, he looked like he was Mayan. You know, you could tell he's Mesoamerican. He was like, he was a cop. Understand? What do you think about African Americans? These are the people you call one of your own? Okay. Want to include everybody. Don't belong there. Everybody else is racing up and squadding up by race and everything. We got people that, oh, there's no black race. Tell that to the Chinese. They don't give a fuck about your black ass, you know? Tell it to the Japanese. They're like, oh, I'm good to be in Japanese. Why? Because they got Japan, they got their land, their culture. They ain't trying to fucking mix with you. Only a black man don't got shit. That's why the Afrikstan is going to be a black land. No questions about it. So we could start being arrogant and we could be selfish, you know? We could be prejudiced for once, you know? We could be exclusive for once, you know? Why do we always got to be the loving, accepting everybody people, you know? That's because we have no power. You know? Why can't we be arrogant for once? Why can't we be selfish and covetous, you know, and to ourselves and everything? Because we have something. And that's what this movement is all about. This is for Black people, you know. All the stuff we're enjoying in Africa and whatnot should be for us. Revolution, you are not intelligent enough. Talk. Okay. If you really feel like that, why don't you click the link and come on and try to debate me? Can't do that. No. You know, come on the line and debate me, you know. This guy just belongs to Coonville. That's why I don't believe that ADOS FBA shit. I don't believe none of these motherfuckers at ADOS FBA is serious about shit. If they were serious about America, they'd be building these black towns that we have in America that are abandoned. You know, why should we build black towns? We're Americans. Oh, okay. Your foundation is in white suburbia, white, and integrating with white people. You know, okay. But you're a foundational Black America. Where's Tariq live? In an all-white exclusive neighborhood.
There you go, brother. They got the game all wrong. So appreciate you dropping the knowledge, the science, and family. That is the Afrikstan analysis. So appreciate everybody joining us on this interesting, incredible topic, so we can get you connected to where we're going to work together to build Liberia as the Pan-African capital of the world. And this is based on the foundation that our ancestors built. And that's what Kala been talking about on these two incredible live streams, the one tonight and the one Saturday night. So both of them is up, family. If you want to know about Afrikstan, just listen through and just be clear. And then let's have some other dialogue and how we're going to build it.
Yep.
Yes, brother. So some slideshow energy from our website, Africa for the Africans. And from there on, family, the journey continues. And we'll catch you on another live. So you know what to do. Just click on that subscribe button, and then you'll see once everything is loaded, and we just push out all these new connections, as we're going to have a whole lot more people talking with us as far as us just doing works in Africa. Because we're gonna, you know, me and Kala, we gotta hold the movement now, Kala. We gotta keep being the vanguard of this movement.
Everybody's running off to reparations. They all sidetracked somewhere, you know?
Yeah, unfortunately, there's no focus in this movement, so we gotta keep it strong.
Yeah. But we're focused
So family.
We're not talking about Biden or Raphael Warnock or Herschel Walker or whatever the fuck, you know? We don't give a shit about that. We don't care about Tariq, Umar Johnson, the Prince of Pan Pizza. We're not talking about none of these people, you know? We're talking about an Afrikstan.
That's it, family. An Afrikstan. Building that energy. So family, we're gonna close out and we're gonna reconnect back with you.
Yeah. We might do a show Friday and Saturday, bro. We gotta keep it going.
Yes, I can definitely do Saturday. You know me, got a lot of work to do, man. It's too much energy to do these things, but yeah, I can definitely rock with you on Tuesday and Saturdays. But that's it right there, family. And then every once in a while, I guess we can just do something off prompt on those other dates, especially if we have something important and educational to share with you. So I'm with you on that, Kyle. Like last time, and we was talking about those two degenerates, Lou Major and Taiwo.
Yeah. And we're not done with them yet either.
It's absolutely, we just got to keep it strong. Wow, these people, this guy, oh la la, he's really upset and frustrated. You know what I mean? That nobody wants to come to Nigeria. And he just see us going all over the continent. Hey, brother, let's work with your government to make Nigeria perfect for tourism. And, you know, we can do something there. Other than that, you know, you need to focus on what you need to get done. Yes, but family, the journey continues. Thank you for joining us on another live stream on Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. Take care, family. We will connect with you
Peace.
next time.
Peace.